Hey guys, tonight we begin a journey into the life of someone you think you know. Marilyn Monroe, the platinum blonde, the red lips, the white dress billowing over a subway grate. But what if I told you that beneath all that light, there was a little girl named Norma Jean who spent her entire life learning how to disappear? What if the most famous woman in the world was actually invisible to herself? Close your eyes for a moment and imagine you are 2 weeks old and already you are being given away. Before we step into this story together, I want to ask something small. If tonight's journey moves you, if something in these words touches something in you, would you take a moment to subscribe to this channel? Maybe tap that like button, not because I am asking, but because you genuinely feel it. And I am curious, where are you right now? What time is it where you are? Are you in bed, or maybe on a long drive? Drop a comment below. I love knowing where these stories find you. Now let the lights grow soft around you. If you have a fan nearby, turn it on low. Let that gentle hum become part of the background. Get comfortable. Pull your blanket a little closer, and let us walk together into June of 1926, into a charity ward in Los Angeles, where a story begins that will break your heart before it inspires you. On June 1st, 1926, in the charity ward of Los Angeles General Hospital, a baby girl entered the world. Her mother, Gladys Baker, was 26 years old. She worked as a film cutter at Consolidated Film Industries, one of those jobs that kept the dream factory running while never quite letting you touch the dream itself. Gladys named her daughter Norma Jean Mortensen, though even that name was uncertain. The father listed on the birth certificate, Edward Mortensen, was likely not the biological father. Later, through DNA testing done long after both were gone, it would be confirmed that Norma Jean's real father was Charles Stanley Gifford, a man who wanted nothing to do with her. But here is the thing about absent fathers. Sometimes the hole they leave behind is shaped exactly like a question that never gets answered. Gladys had already lost 2 children from a previous marriage. Jackie and Bernice had been taken by their father, and Gladys was not allowed to see them. Imagine that kind of grief. Imagine being a mother and having your children erased from your life as if they had never existed. So when Norma Jean was born, Gladys made a decision. On June 13th, 1926, just 2 weeks after giving birth, she brought her newborn daughter to a small house in Hawthorne, California. The house belonged to Ida and Wayne Belender, a deeply religious couple who took in foster children, 2 weeks old. Let that sink in for a moment. Before Norma Jean had even learned what her mother's face looked like, before she could focus her eyes or understand the sound of a lullaby, she was handed to strangers. Gladys told herself it was temporary. She told herself she was doing the right thing. She promised she would come back when things were better, when she had more money, when life was less complicated. But we all know how those promises go, do we not? The ones we make when we are drowning. For the first 7 years of her life, Norma Jean lived with the Belenders. And by all accounts, Ida Belender ran a tight ship. She was firm but not cruel, religious but not without compassion. The little girl grew up in a house filled with other foster children, and in a strange way, it was the most stable home she would ever know. She had foster brothers and sisters. She had routines. She had a narrow little bed that was hers. On Saturdays, Gladys would visit. She would take Norma Jean on outings, to the movies usually, because Gladys worked in the film industry and that was her escape, her cathedral, her prayer. They would sit together in the dark and the light from the screen would flicker across both their faces, mother and daughter, both already learning that it was easier to live in someone else's story than to face your own. But here is what most people do not talk about when they talk about Marilyn Monroe's childhood: the confusion. Imagine being a little girl who sees her mother every weekend but does not live with her. Imagine asking, Why can I not come home with you? And never getting an answer that makes sense. The Bolenders wanted to adopt Norma Jean. They had grown to love her. They would have given her permanence, a last name that meant something, a place in the world that was not temporary. But Gladys refused. She could not keep her daughter, but she also could not let her go. And so Norma Jean existed in that terrible in-between space, wanted by the people who raised her, but not chosen by the woman who gave birth to her. There was one day, when Norma Jean was about 3 years old, that would stay with her forever. Gladys showed up at the Bolender house in a manic state. She was agitated, her eyes too bright, her movements too quick. She demanded to take Norma Jean home right then and there. When Ida Bolender hesitated, Gladys became erratic. She locked Ida out of the back door, grabbed little Norma Jean, and stuffed her into a duffel bag. An actual duffel bag. As if the child were not a person but an object to be hidden away, smuggled out. Ida managed to stop her, managed to get Norma Jean back, but think about that moment from the child's perspective. 3 years old, being shoved into darkness, not understanding why, not understanding anything except that the world is frightening and the people who are supposed to protect you are the ones causing the fear. Mental illness was not understood the way it is now. In the 1920s and 30s, if you were struggling, if your mind was breaking apart, there was no gentle intervention, no therapy, no medication that worked, no support system. There was just whispered shame and eventually an institution. Gladys's own mother, Della Monroe, had spent much of her life in psychiatric care. Her grandfather had died by suicide. The illness ran through the family like a dark river, and Gladys was drowning in it even as she tried to be a mother. In 1933, when Norma Jean was 7 years old, Gladys finally felt stable enough to try again. She got a loan from the bank and bought a small house near the Hollywood Bowl. It was a modest home, but it was hers. She brought Norma Jean to live with her, and for a brief moment, maybe a few months, the little girl got to experience something close to normal. Gladys even took in 2 boarders, actors named George and Maud Atkinson, who helped with the rent and brought a little life into the house. Norma Jean had her own room. She could see the Hollywood Hills from her window. She went to school. She had a mother who came home at night. And then, in the fall of 1933, everything collapsed. Gladys received news that her son, Jackie, one of the children who'd been taken from her years before, had died. Not long after, her grandfather also passed away. The grief and the stress triggered something catastrophic in Gladys's mind. She began to unravel. She would scream at people who were not there. She would lock herself in her room for days. She became convinced that people were trying to kill her. One day, the neighbours heard the screaming and called the authorities. When they arrived, they found Gladys in a full psychotic break, dangerous to herself and others. She was taken away, restrained, admitted to a psychiatric hospital and diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. She would spend most of the rest of her life in and out of institutions. Norma Jean, at 7 years old, became a ward of the state. Again. Do you know what that feels like? To finally have the thing you have wanted your entire short life, your mother, your home, and then to watch it get ripped away. To stand in an empty house, waiting for someone to tell you what happens next. Norma Jean was sent to live with Grace McKee, her mother's best friend. Grace meant well, but she had her own struggles, her own life, her own instability. Norma Jean stayed with her for about a year before Grace lost her job and could no longer afford to keep her. And so, on September 13th, 1935, when Norma Jean was 9 years old, Grace brought her to the Los Angeles Orphans Home Society. The building still stands today. later renamed Hollygrove. It is a strange place to visit if you ever get the chance, because you can see the old sign and someone has written Norma Jean along the bottom in small letters, a memorial to the girl who lived there, the girl who would become an icon but who spent part of her childhood as orphan number 3463, 9 years old. Think about what you were doing at 9. Maybe playing with friends, maybe reading books under the covers with a flashlight, maybe worrying about a spelling test. Norma Jean was learning a different lesson. She was learning that love is temporary. She was learning that no place is permanent. She was learning that even when you do everything right, even when you are good and quiet and try not to be a burden, you can still be given away. The orphanage was not cruel, not in the way we imagine orphanages in Dickens novels, but it was institutional. It was cold in the way that places are cold when they have to care for too many people with too few resources. Norma Jean shared a dormitory with 26 other girls. She slept in a narrow bed, one in a long row of narrow beds, all identical. Every morning she would wake up and look out the window, and from that window she could see the RKO Studios water tower. She could see the Dream Factory. She could see the place where movies were made, where stories were told, where people became more than what they were born to be. And she would later say that she used to make a promise to herself, standing at that window, someday, somehow, I am going to be in one of those stories. I am going to be someone. I am going to matter. But before we get to the dreams, we need to sit with the nightmare for a moment longer. Between 1935 and 1937, Norma Jean was shuttled between the orphanage and at least 9 different foster homes. 9 in less than 2 years. Imagine packing your small bag of belongings, going to a new house, learning new rules, new faces, trying to figure out how to be the kind of child these particular strangers might want to keep. And then, just when you start to relax, being told it is time to go again. Imagine never feeling safe. Imagine never feeling chosen. And in some of those homes, something far worse than neglect happened. Norma Jean later recounted, in interviews that she gave as Marilyn Monroe, that she was sexually assaulted. The details vary depending on which interview you read. Sometimes she said she was 6, sometimes 8, sometimes 9. But the core of the story remains consistent. A family friend, or a boarder, someone who was supposed to be safe, someone the adults trusted, assaulted her. When she told her foster mother what had happened, the woman slapped her. "I do not believe you," she said. "Do not you dare say such thing about that nice man." That moment, that slap, that denial. It taught Norma Jean another lesson, one that would haunt her for the rest of her life. When you tell the truth about your pain, you will not be believed. You will be punished for speaking. So she stopped speaking. She developed a stutter, a physical manifestation of all the words she could not say, all the pain she had to swallow. The foster care system in 1930s America was not designed to heal trauma. It was designed to warehouse children until they turned 18 and became someone else's problem. There were good people in the system. Ida Bolender, for instance, genuinely cared. But the system itself was broken. Children were moved not based on their needs, but based on availability, funding, convenience. Norma Jean was not seen as a whole person with feelings and history and wounds that needed tending. She was seen as a case file, a number, a temporary placement. And so she learned to adapt. She learned to read the room. She learned to become whatever the adults around her needed her to be. Quiet, helpful, invisible. She learned to retreat into fantasy, into books, into the movies that became her only consistent escape. She would later say, "I was never used to being happy, so that was not something I ever took for granted." You see, I was brought up differently from the average American child because the average child is brought up expecting to be happy. Let that sentence breathe for a moment. She did not expect to be happy. Happiness was not something she felt entitled to. It was a foreign concept, something other people had, something she could only observe from the outside. On June 12, 1937, Norma Jean left the orphanage for the last time and went back to live with Grace McKee. She stayed for about a year before being passed along to another family member. By the time she was 11, she had lived in more homes than most people live in during their entire lives. And each time she moved, she left a little piece of herself behind. She learned to travel light, not just in terms of belongings, but in terms of attachment. Do not love this place too much. Do not get too comfortable. Do not let yourself believe that this time might be different. At school, Norma Jean was awkward. She was taller than the other girls, skinny in a way that had not yet turned graceful, with hand-me-down clothes that never quite fit right. The other children made fun of her. They laughed at her stutter. They mocked her dreams of becoming an actress, because who did she think she was? Just some orphan girl with no family, no money, no future. But she had one thing that they did not have: an ability to endure, an ability to take the pain and file it away somewhere deep inside, to smile even when she was breaking, to perform normalcy even when everything inside her was chaos. This is the part of Marilyn Monroe's story that gets skipped over in the glamorous retellings. This is the part that does not fit neatly into a 2-hour biopic. Because the truth is, the girl who had become the most photographed, most desired woman in the world spent her formative years learning one skill above all others: how to disappear. Not physically, she could not run away, but emotionally. She learned to build a wall between who she was and who people saw. She learned to perform. She learned that if you can give people what they want to see, they will stop asking questions about what you're actually feeling. And this skill, this terrible, necessary skill, would serve her well in Hollywood. But it would also destroy her. Because once you become really good at hiding, you forget where you left yourself. You forget that there is a real person underneath the performance. You forget that Norma Jean is still in there, still small and scared and waiting to be loved, not for what she can do, but for who she is. There is a photograph from this period, one of the few that survive. Norma Jean is maybe 10 or 11. She's standing outside, her hair unbrushed, her dress simple. She's not smiling. Her eyes are looking directly at the camera, and there is something in that gaze, something ancient, something knowing, something far too sad for a child's eyes. When you look at that photograph, and then look at the later images of Marilyn Monroe, with the platinum curls and the perfect makeup and the sultry smile, it is almost impossible to believe they are the same person. But they are. And that is the tragedy. Somewhere between that orphaned little girl and that Hollywood goddess, Norma Jean learned that the only way to survive was to become someone else entirely. By the time she was 16, Norma Jean faced a choice that was not really a choice at all. Grace McKee was moving and could not take her. The options were: go back into the foster system, go back to the orphanage, or get married. So in June of 1942, just after her 16th birthday, Norma Jean married James Dougherty, the 21-year-old boy who lived next door. He was handsome, stable, kind. He was not cruel, but he was also not the answer to the question she had been asking her whole life. He could give her a home, but he could not give her a sense of home. He could give her his last name, but he could not give her an identity. The marriage was in many ways just another foster home, just another temporary place to belong until the next thing came along, and it did not last. When Dougherty went off to serve in World War II, Norma Jean took a job at a munitions factory. She was photographed there by a military photographer named David Conover, who was capturing images of women contributing to the war effort. He saw something in her face, something the camera loved, and he told her she should be a model. And that was the beginning of the transformation. That was the moment when Norma Jean began to realize that maybe, just maybe, there was a way out. Maybe the dream she had made to herself at the orphanage window could actually come true. But the cost of that dream, the price she would pay to escape Norma Jean and become Marilyn Monroe, we're only beginning to understand it now. So here is what we know so far. There was a little girl who was given away at 2 weeks old, who spent her childhood being passed from house to house like a piece of furniture no one quite wanted to keep, who was told over and over in 1,000 silent ways that she was not enough, who learned that love was conditional, that safety was an illusion, that the only person she could truly count on was herself, and even that was questionable. And from that pain, from that abandonment, from that deep, unhealed wound, something extraordinary would grow, but also something tragic. Because when you spend your whole life learning to disappear, it becomes very hard to let yourself be seen. And when you finally do become visible, when the whole world is looking at you, you realize that they are not seeing you at all. They are seeing what you learn to show them. They are seeing the performance. And the real you, the scared little girl, is still trapped behind the glass, still waiting for someone to recognize her, still waiting for someone to say, I see you, not Marilyn, you, Norma Jean. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. There are still 11 more parts of this story to tell, and it gets more complicated, more heartbreaking, and yes, occasionally more beautiful. Because despite everything, despite the pain and the trauma and the impossibility of her situation, Norma Jean never stopped dreaming. She never stopped believing that maybe, somewhere out there was a version of life where she could be both famous and loved, both seen and safe. Spoiler alert, she never found it. But the journey of her trying, that is what we are here to explore. Take a deep breath. Let tonight's first chapter settle into you. And when you are ready, we will move forward together into the next part of her story, the part where Norma Jean decides to become someone new, someone brighter, someone the world could not look away from. But for now, rest, dream gently, and remember, every icon you have ever admired was once a child who just wanted to be held. We will continue this journey in just a moment. Stay with me. So, where were we? Ah, yes, a 16-year-old girl in a marriage that was really just an escape hatch. Let us talk about what happens when you are so desperate to avoid one prison that you accidentally walk into another. June 19th, 1942. Norma Jean Baker became Norma Jean Dougherty. The wedding was small, simple. Grace McKee stood there as a witness, probably relieved that she had solved the problem of what to do with this girl who had nowhere else to go. James Dougherty was not a bad man. Let us be clear about that. He was decent, hard-working, conventionally handsome in that 1940s way. He did not beat her. He did not scream at her. But here is the thing about marrying someone because you have no other options. It does not matter how kind they are. You're still not free. Dougherty wanted a traditional wife. Someone who would cook his meals, keep the house clean, wait for him to come home and ask about his day. Someone who would be content with the small, predictable rhythms of domestic life. And for a little while, Norma Jean tried. She really did. She learned to cook, though by all accounts she was terrible at it. She cleaned. She smiled. She played the part. But inside, something was restless. Something was hungry. Something was saying, "This cannot be all there is. Think about it. She had spent her entire childhood being told where to go, who to live with, what to do. And now, at 16, when most girls were still figuring out who they wanted to be, she was locked into being somebody's wife. The cage had simply changed shape. It was prettier now, more socially acceptable, but it was still a cage. In 1943, Dougherty joined the US Merchant Marines. World War II was raging, and men were being shipped out by the thousands. Norma Jean moved in with his parents for a while, trying to be the dutiful daughter-in-law, but eventually she got her own place and took a job. She ended up at the Radioplane Company, a defense plant in Van Nuys that manufactured target drones for anti-aircraft artillery practice. She worked the assembly line, spraying airplane parts with fire retardant, wearing overalls that were too big for her, her hair tied up in a scarf. It was repetitive work, mind-numbing work, but it was her work, her paycheck, her small sliver of independence. And then, in 1944, something happened that would change everything. The military was running a campaign to boost morale. They wanted to show the folks back home that American women were contributing to the war effort, keeping the factories running while the men fought overseas. A photographer named David Conover was sent to the Radioplane factory to take pictures for the campaign, and he saw her. Norma Jean Dougherty, in her overalls and scarf, no makeup, hair pulled back. And even like that, especially like that, the camera loved her. Conover later said that there was something about her face, the way the light hit it, the bone structure, the eyes. He asked if he could photograph her, and she said yes. And in that moment, in that simple yes, the trajectory of her entire life shifted. Now, let me ask you something. Have you ever had a moment like that? A moment where someone saw something in you that you did not even know was there? Where someone said, "You could be more than this," and suddenly, a door you did not even know existed swung open. That is what happened to Norma Jean. Conover told her she should be a model. He gave her the contact information for a modeling agency, and she, this girl who had spent 18 years being invisible, being unwanted, being told to be quiet and stay small, she decided to walk through that door. She enrolled in a 3-month modeling course. She learned how to pose, how to move, how to work with a camera, and she was good at it. Better than good. She was extraordinary. Because here is the secret that nobody talks about. Modeling is not really about being beautiful. It is about understanding what the camera wants and giving it to them. It is about control. And Norma Jean, who had spent her entire life with no control over anything, finally found something she could master. By 1946, she was one of the most sought-after models on the West Coast. Her face was on magazine covers, in advertisements, on calendars. She was making more money than she had ever seen in her life. And James Dougherty. He came home from the war expecting to find his wife waiting for him, ready to settle into that quiet domestic life. Instead, he found a woman who had discovered that she could be more, that she could be seen, that she could matter. The marriage did not survive. How could it? They divorced in 1946. Dougherty later said in interviews that he never really understood what had happened. One day he had a wife, and the next day he had a stranger who was becoming famous. But here is what he did not understand. Norma Jean had always been a stranger, even to herself. She had spent so long being whatever other people needed her to be that she had no idea who she actually was, and now, for the first time, she was about to find out. In August of 1946, 20th Century Fox offered her a contract, $125 a week for 6 months. It was not a fortune, but it was a beginning, and they told her she needed a new name. Norma Jean Dougherty was too plain, too forgettable. She needed something that sparkled, something that sounded like starlight and champagne and midnight promises. There are different stories about how the name Marilyn Monroe came to be. Some say Ben Lyon, the head of casting at Fox, suggested it. Some say she chose it herself. The truth is probably a combination. Marilyn, after the actress Marilyn Miller, a Broadway star from the 1920s, Monroe from her mother's maiden name, Gladys Monroe. So in a way, the name was a bridge between who she was and who she wanted to become. It was a little bit history, a little bit fantasy, a little bit truth, and a whole lot of invention. But here is the part that will break your heart if you let it. When she signed that contract and became Marilyn Monroe, Norma Jean did not disappear. She could not disappear. She was still there, underneath, still scared, still lonely, still waiting to be loved. The name change was not a rebirth. It was a disguise. And oh, what a disguise it was. She bleached her hair. That famous platinum blonde was not natural. It was peroxide and pain, and sitting in a salon chair for hours while chemicals burned her scalp. She did it over and over, week after week, until her hair was so damaged it felt like straw. But it was worth it, she thought, because the blonde hair transformed her. It made her look ethereal, untouchable, like something from a dream. Brunette Norma Jean could be ignored. Blonde Marilyn could not. She changed the way she walked. There is that famous Marilyn Monroe walk, that hip-swaying, slow-motion glide. You know the one. But did you know it was invented, completely manufactured? She practiced in front of mirrors for hours. She cut a 1/4 inch off one of her heels so that her hips would sway more when she walked. She studied how to move in a way that would make people stop and stare, and it worked. It worked so well that even now, more than 60 years after her death, when people think of sexy, they think of that walk. She changed her voice too. Norma Jean had a perfectly normal speaking voice, but Marilyn spoke in this breathy, whispery, little girl voice. It was calculated. It made her seem vulnerable, non-threatening, like she needed to be protected. Men loved it because it made them feel powerful. Women loved it because it made her seem non-competitive, harmless. But here is the thing, it was exhausting. Imagine having to control every single word that comes out of your mouth forever. Imagine never being able to just talk like a normal person because you are too busy performing. And here is where it gets really interesting. Because while Marilyn Monroe was becoming famous for being beautiful and blonde and breathy, Norma Jean was reading. She was reading Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, Joyce. She was reading poetry. She had a library in her apartment filled with books that had notes in the margins, underlines, questions she had written to herself. She was curious about the world, hungry for knowledge, desperate to be taken seriously as an intellectual. But she quickly learned that nobody wanted smart Marilyn. They wanted dumb Marilyn. They wanted the girl who could barely add 2 and 2 but looked incredible in a tight dress. There is this story that perfectly captures the split. One day, Marilyn was walking through New York City with a friend. She was dressed down, wearing no makeup, a scarf over her hair, just blending into the crowd. Nobody recognized her. They walked for blocks without a single person turning to look. And then Marilyn turned to her friend and said, "Do you want to see her?" And the friend said, "See who?" And Marilyn said, "Watch." And right there, in the middle of the sidewalk, she did something. Nobody knows exactly what it was. Some internal switch she flipped, but suddenly she was Marilyn Monroe. The walk changed, the energy changed, the air around her seemed to shimmer, and within seconds people started turning, pointing, whispering. A crowd began to form, and Marilyn let it happen for a moment, and then she switched it off again, pulled her scarf tighter, and disappeared back into anonymity. Think about what that means. Think about the level of control, the level of performance, the level of dissociation required to turn yourself on and off like that. It means that Marilyn Monroe was not a person. It was a character, a very convincing character, one that the world fell in love with, but a character nonetheless. And the woman playing that character was still Norma Jean, still scared, still alone, still wondering if anyone would ever love the real her. Do you ever feel like that? Like you have a version of yourself that you show the world, and then there is the real you, the one that nobody sees. Most of us do it to some degree. We put on the work face, the social face, the version of ourselves that we think people want. But imagine doing it every single moment of every single day. Imagine doing it so well that you become world famous, and the more famous you get, the more trapped you become, because now you cannot stop performing. If you do, if you let the real you show through, people will be disappointed. They will feel betrayed. They will say you are not who they thought you were. That is what was happening to Marilyn. The more successful she became, the more Norma Jean disappeared. During her first year at Fox, Marilyn did not appear in a single film. Can you imagine? You sign a contract to be a movie star, and then they just do not use you. They paid her, sure, but they did not know what to do with her yet. She was too something, too sexual maybe, or too unconventional. So her contract was not renewed. She was dropped. But here is the thing about people who have spent their entire lives being rejected. They develop a very high tolerance for it. Getting dropped by Fox was devastating, but it was not the end. It was just another in a long line of people saying, "We do not want you." And Marilyn had learned long ago that when someone says no, you just find someone else to ask. She posed for a nude calendar in 1949 to make rent money. This was before she was famous, before anyone cared who she was. The photographer, Tom Kelly, paid her $50. $50 to be naked in front of a stranger, to be photographed on red velvet, to create an image that would later be sold to millions of men who would never know her name. When the calendar was eventually discovered after she became famous, there was a scandal. People were horrified. A movie star, nude, shameful, disgraceful. But Marilyn handled it brilliantly. She did not deny it. She did not apologize. She just said, "I was hungry." 3 words that told a whole story. 3 words that made people see her as human instead of as an object. And just like that, the scandal turned into sympathy. That is another thing about Marilyn. She was smarter than people gave her credit for. She understood the game. She understood that vulnerability could be a weapon, that honesty could disarm criticism, that the key to controlling your narrative was to tell the story yourself before anyone else could tell it for you. By 1950, she had clawed her way back. Small roles, bit parts, moments on screen where she would show up, steal the scene and disappear again. The Asphalt Jungle. All About Eve. In both films, she only has a few minutes of screen time, but she is unforgettable. You cannot look away. There is something magnetic about her, something that goes beyond beauty. It is need. It is hunger. It is the face of someone who wants so badly to be seen that they pour everything they have into every single second they are on camera. And people noticed, directors noticed, producers noticed, the public noticed. By 1952, Marilyn Monroe was not just another starlet. She was becoming a phenomenon. Magazine covers, photo shoots, fan mail by the thousands. Men wanted her. Women wanted to be her. She was everywhere. But here is the question that nobody was asking. What did Marilyn want? The answer is complicated. On one hand, she wanted exactly what was happening. She wanted fame, recognition, validation. She wanted to prove to every single person who had ever given her away that she was worth keeping. She wanted to stand on a stage in front of thousands of people and feel their love wash over her like a baptism. She wanted to matter. But on the other hand, she wanted to be taken seriously. She wanted to be seen as an actress, not just a body. She wanted roles with depth, with complexity. She wanted to work with real directors, serious directors, the kind of people who made art instead of just product. She wanted respect. And herein lies the tragedy of Marilyn Monroe. The very thing that made her famous, her sexuality, her beauty, her dumb blonde persona, was the thing that prevented her from being taken seriously. She was trapped in an image of her own creation. She had built Marilyn Monroe so well, so convincingly, that nobody could see Norma Jean anymore. Not even, sometimes, herself. There is this moment in 1952 that I think about a lot. Marilyn was at a party surrounded by important Hollywood people. Everyone was drinking, laughing, performing their own versions of success. And someone, probably trying to be funny, asked her what she wore to bed. And she gave them that famous answer, Chanel No. 5. Just the perfume, nothing else. It became one of the most iconic quotes of her career. It sold millions of bottles of perfume. It cemented her image as the ultimate sex symbol. But what if I told you that the real answer was, she wore old t-shirts and sometimes nothing because she was too sad to bother getting dressed? What if the real answer was, she barely slept most nights because her mind would not stop racing, because the pills did not work anymore, because the loneliness was so loud she could not hear anything else? What if the real answer was, she wished someone would ask her what she thought about instead of what she wore? But nobody did. Because that is not what Marilyn Monroe was for. She was for fantasy. She was for desire. She was for men to want and women to envy. She was not for three-dimensional humanity. And so the gap between Norma Jean and Marilyn grew wider. It became a canyon. It became an ocean. And somewhere in the middle of it, the real person was drowning. By 1954, Marilyn Monroe was one of the biggest movie stars in the world. She had made Gentlemen Prefer Blondes. She had made How to Marry a Millionaire. She was box office gold. She was a cultural icon. Photographers could not get enough of her. Designers wanted to dress her. Everyone wanted a piece of her. Everyone wanted a piece of her. Do you hear what I am saying? Not a whole person. A piece, an image, a fantasy, a product, and the cost of that. The cost was everything. But we're not there yet. We're still in the middle of the transformation. We're still watching Norma Jean disappear and Marilyn emerge. And the thing is, for a little while there, it must have felt like magic. It must have felt like she had finally found the thing she was looking for. The orphan girl who nobody wanted was now the woman everyone wanted. The child who'd been invisible was now the most photographed person on the planet. But here is what they do not tell you about getting everything you thought you wanted. Sometimes it is worse than getting nothing at all. Because once you have it, once you have achieved the dream, and you are still empty inside, then what? If fame cannot fill the hole, if beauty cannot heal the wound, if the whole world loving you cannot make up for the fact that you do not love yourself, then what is left? We are going to find out, but not yet. First, we need to talk about love. Or rather, we need to talk about the things that Marilyn thought were love but were really just different versions of the same abandonment she'd known her whole life. Take a breath. Let that settle. And when you are ready, we're going to step into the next part of this story, the part where Marilyn tries to find happiness in the arms of American heroes only to discover that even legends are just men. And men, no matter how famous, no matter how beloved, can still break your heart. But that is for the next chapter. For now, just sit with this. The moment you become someone else in order to be loved, you guarantee that you will never actually be loved. Because they are not loving you, they are loving the mask, and the real you, the scared, wounded, hopeful you, is still alone behind it, still waiting, still wondering if anyone will ever see past the performance to the person underneath. Stay with me. We are just beginning to understand her. Picture this. It is 1952 and the two most famous people in America are about to meet. One is a baseball god who has just retired from the New York Yankees. The other is a blonde bombshell whose face is appearing on magazine covers faster than they can print them. They should have nothing in common, and yet somehow they are about to become one of the most talked about couples in the world. But before we get to the fairy tale, let me tell you what nobody mentions. Fairy tales do not exist when you're living in a fishbowl and everyone outside is tapping on the glass. Joe DiMaggio did not want to meet Marilyn Monroe. That is the funny part. When someone first suggested setting them up on a blind date, Joe said no. He thought she would be another Hollywood actress, all artifice and ego, obsessed with fame and attention. He'd been married before to an actress named Dorothy Arnold, and that marriage had ended badly in 1944. Dorothy had cited cruel indifference in the divorce papers, which tells you something about Joe's capacity for emotional warmth, or rather, his lack of it. Joe was famously reserved, famously private, famously uncomfortable with the spotlight even though he had spent his entire adult life in it. But then he saw her photograph. Not a glamorous movie still, but a picture of her wearing a baseball uniform smiling at the camera. Something about that image got to him. Maybe it was the uniform, his world, being worn by someone from another world entirely. Maybe it was her smile, which somehow looked both confident and vulnerable at the same time. Whatever it was, he changed his mind. He asked his friend, a press agent named David March, to arrange an introduction. Their first date was at a restaurant called Villa Nova on the Sunset Strip. March brought Marilyn. Another friend brought Joe. It was set up as a double date, casual, low pressure. Except when you are Joe DiMaggio and Marilyn Monroe, nothing is ever truly casual. People recognize them immediately. Whispers rippled through the restaurant. Heads turned. But for once, Marilyn did not seem to mind. She had been nervous beforehand. She told friends she expected Joe to be arrogant, full of himself, the typical jock athlete with an ego the size of a stadium. But when she met him, she was surprised. He was quiet, reserved. He barely talked about his accomplishments, even though he was widely considered the greatest living baseball player. He asked her questions. He listened to her answers. He did not try to impress her or seduce her or perform for her. He was just there, present, solid, real. And for Marilyn, who had spent years surrounded by Hollywood phonies, by men who wanted to use her or own her or show her off like a trophy, Joe's quietness felt like safety. It felt like the opposite of everything she had known. She later said, "I expected a flashy New York sports type, and instead I met this reserved guy who did not make a pass at me right away." That last part mattered to her more than you might think, because by this point every man she met made a pass at her. That was what Marilyn Monroe was for in their minds, but Joe did not, at least not right away. They started dating. Quietly at first, or as quietly as two of the most famous people in the world could date. Joe would pick her up in his car and they would go to out-of-the-way restaurants. little places where maybe they could have a conversation without being interrupted. But it was impossible. Everywhere they went, people recognized them. Photographers followed them. Gossip columnists wrote about them. The press called them the Yankee Clipper and the Blonde Bombshell, as if they were comic book characters instead of actual human beings trying to figure out if they liked each other. And here is the thing. They did like each other. At least they liked the idea of each other. Joe liked that Marilyn was beautiful and famous and made other men jealous. Marilyn liked that Joe was strong and famous and seemed like he could protect her from the chaos of Hollywood. But liking the idea of someone is not the same as knowing them, and neither of them really knew the other. How could they? They were both performing, both presenting carefully curated versions of themselves, both desperate to be loved but terrified to be vulnerable. Joe was 37 when they met. Marilyn was 26. He had just retired from baseball after a 13-year career with the New York Yankees. 13 years of being told he was the best. 13 years of crowds chanting his name. 13 years of walking onto a field and having everyone there react to his presence. And then, suddenly, it was over. Retirement is hard for any athlete, but for someone like Joe, someone whose entire identity was wrapped up in being the greatest, it was devastating. He no longer knew who he was without baseball, and then he met Marilyn, who was just hitting her peak. Her career was exploding. Every movie she made was more successful than the last. Photographers could not get enough of her. She was becoming bigger than the studios that employed her. She was becoming an icon. Can you see the problem already? He was fading. She was rising. He wanted quiet. She was surrounded by noise. He wanted her to be his wife, to stay home, to cook his meals and wait for him. She wanted to be a serious actress, to be taken seriously, to be more than just a pretty face. They were on completely different trajectories, heading in opposite directions. But they were lonely, and loneliness makes you believe things that are not true. It makes you think that love can fix what is broken. It makes you think that if someone famous loves you, maybe you will finally feel real. They dated for 2 years before they got married. 2 years of dinners and movies and long-distance phone calls. 2 years of Joe trying to convince her to quit Hollywood and move to San Francisco with him. 2 years of Marilyn trying to convince Joe that her career mattered, that she was not just going to disappear into domestic obscurity. 2 years of both of them pretending that these fundamental incompatibilities were just small disagreements that love could overcome. On January 14th, 1954, they got married at San Francisco City Hall. It was supposed to be a private ceremony, just the two of them, and a judge. Marilyn even mentioned it casually to someone at her film studio, thinking nothing of it. But word got out. Of course it did. By the time they arrived at City Hall, there were hundreds of people waiting. Fans, photographers, reporters, all of them pushing and shouting and trying to get closer. The police had to form a barrier. It was chaos. Marilyn wore a dark brown suit with a white ermine collar. Not a wedding dress. Not white. Not traditional. Maybe she knew, even then, that this was not going to be the fairy tale everyone wanted it to be. Joe wore a simple dark suit. They stood in front of Judge Charles Peary, said their vows, signed the papers. The whole ceremony took maybe 3 minutes, and then they were married. Joe DiMaggio and Marilyn Monroe, the most famous couple in America. But here is what happened next, and this is the part that should have been a sign. They went on their honeymoon to Japan. Joe had been invited to do some promotional work for baseball there, and they figured they could combine business with pleasure. But as soon as they arrived in Tokyo, the Japanese press went insane. Not for Joe, for Marilyn. She was the one they wanted to photograph. She was the one they mobbed at the airport. Joe stood there, watching his new wife get swarmed, and you could see it in his face, the resentment, the jealousy, the wounded pride. And then, while they were in Japan, Marilyn got a request. The US military wanted her to go to South Korea and perform for the American troops stationed there during the Korean War. It was February, it was freezing, it would be exhausting and potentially dangerous. But Marilyn said yes immediately. She had always loved the idea of performing for soldiers, maybe because she remembered being Norma Jean, working in that defense plant during World War II, feeling like she was part of something bigger than herself. Or maybe she just loved being wanted, being needed, being cheered for. She flew to South Korea. Joe stayed in Japan. And for 4 days, Marilyn performed for over 100,000 soldiers. She wore a tight purple sequined dress in sub-zero temperatures. She sang. She joked. She flirted with the audience in that innocent, unthreatening Marilyn way. And the soldiers went absolutely wild. They screamed. They whistled. They chanted her name. She later said it was one of the most thrilling experiences of her life. She felt loved. She felt appreciated. She felt like she was exactly where she was supposed to be. When she came back to Japan and told Joe about it, she was still glowing. "Joe," she said, "you never heard such cheering." And Joe, sitting there in their hotel room, looked at her and said, "Yes, I have. Just miss the ball once. You will see they can boo as loud as they can cheer." Let that sink in for a moment. His wife comes back from doing something brave and generous and meaningful, and his response is to remind her that love is conditional, that fame is fickle, that the people who cheer for you today will turn on you tomorrow. Was he trying to protect her? Or was he trying to diminish her joy because it reminded him of what he had lost? That moment tells you everything you need to know about their marriage. Joe had spent his entire career being the center of attention. Now he was Mr. Marilyn Monroe. People wanted pictures of her, not him. They asked her for autographs while he stood next to her, invisible, and he could not handle it. His ego, which had been fed by decades of adoration, was starving, and he blamed her for it. They moved into a house on North Palm Drive in Beverly Hills after the honeymoon. Marilyn tried to be the wife Joe wanted. She really did. She would cook dinner, even though she was not good at it. She would try to be home when he expected her. But she also had a career. She had a contract with 20th Century Fox. She had movies to make, and Joe hated it. He hated the costumes, the roles, the way directors talked to her, the way other actors looked at her. He especially hated the sexy roles, the ones where she played the bombshell, the dumb blonde, the object of desire. Have you ever been in a relationship with someone who says they love you, but they actually love a version of you that does not exist? Joe did not love Marilyn Monroe, the movie star. He loved the idea of Marilyn Monroe, the wife. He wanted her to give up everything that made her famous, everything that made her feel valuable, and just be his. But if she did that, she would not be Marilyn anymore. She would be Norma Jean again. And Norma Jean had spent her whole life being invisible and unwanted. Marilyn had sworn she would never go back to that. In September 1954, Marilyn was filming the 7-year Itch in New York. There is a scene, the most iconic scene in her entire career, where she stands over a subway grate and the air from a passing train blows her white dress up. You have seen the image. Everyone has. It is one of the most famous photographs of the 20th century. But what you might not know is what happened that night. Director Billy Wilder decided to film the scene at night, on location, on Lexington Avenue at 52nd Street. He could have done it on a soundstage. It would have been easier, more private. But he wanted the publicity. So he invited the press. Word got out. By the time filming started at midnight, there were thousands of people watching. Thousands! They lined the streets. They crowded around the barriers. They whistled and catcalled and cheered every time Marilyn's dress flew up. Joe was there. He stood in the crowd, watching his wife be objectified in front of thousands of strangers, watching her laugh and pose and perform while men leered at her legs, her thighs, her underwear. Billy Wilder later said that Joe had the look of death on his face. He was not watching his wife work. He was watching his wife become a spectacle, and he could not distinguish between the role and the woman, between Marilyn the actress and Marilyn the wife. They went back to their hotel room that night, and what happened there, nobody knows for certain. But the next day, Marilyn had bruises on her arms, bruises that looked like fingerprints, bruises that suggested Joe had grabbed her, maybe shaken her, maybe worse. She covered them with makeup. She went back to the set. She finished filming. But something inside her had broken. 3 weeks later, on October 6, 1954, Marilyn filed for divorce. She stood outside their Beverly Hills home, her eyes red from crying, her face swollen, and told the assembled press that she was ending the marriage due to mental cruelty. The marriage had lasted exactly 274 days, not even a full year. The photographers captured everything, her tears, her pain, her public humiliation, and she let them, because that was part of the deal, part of the cost of fame. Your heartbreak becomes entertainment. Your private pain becomes public spectacle. Joe was devastated. Despite everything, despite his jealousy and his violence and his controlling behavior, he did love her. Or at least, he loved her as much as he was capable of loving anyone. He wrote her a letter after the divorce announcement. "I love you and want to be with you. There is nothing I would like better than to restore your confidence in me. My heart split even wider seeing you cry in front of all those people. But love is not enough when it comes with conditions. Love is not enough when it turns into possession." Now here is the part that makes this story even more complicated, even more heartbreaking. Joe never moved on. He never remarried. For the rest of his life, another 45 years, he never had another serious relationship. He stayed in love with the memory of Marilyn Monroe. Not Norma Jean, not the real, complicated, wounded woman, but Marilyn. The idea of her, the version of her that existed in his mind, the version that maybe could have been his if only she'd given up her career, if only she'd been content to be Mrs. DiMaggio and nothing more. And Marilyn. She moved on to her next marriage, her next attempt to find someone who would love all of her, not just the beautiful parts. But part of her always wondered about Joe. Part of her always held on to the memory of those first few dates, when he had seemed so solid, so real, so different from everyone else in Hollywood. She kept his photograph. She called him sometimes when she was lonely or scared, and later, much later, when everything started falling apart, it was Joe she reached out to. But we are not there yet. For now, let us just sit with this. Two of the most famous people in the world fell in love, or thought they did. They got married in front of hundreds of screaming fans. They became a symbol of American glamour, the athlete and the actress, the perfect couple. But behind closed doors, they were just two broken people who could not save each other because they had not figured out how to save themselves. He wanted her to be smaller. She needed to be bigger. He wanted control. She needed freedom. He wanted a wife. She needed to be herself. And when those two things could not coexist, when the dream of who they wanted each other to be crashed into the reality of who they actually were, the marriage shattered. 9 months. That is all it took. 9 months to go from fairy tale to tragedy. But you know what the saddest part is? Even after the divorce, even after the bruises and the tears and the public humiliation, part of Marilyn still believed that maybe Joe had been right. Maybe she should have given up her career. Maybe she should have been content to be someone's wife. Maybe the problem was not that Joe wanted too much, but that she wanted too much. That is what happens when you spend your whole life being told you are not enough. Even when someone treats you badly, you wonder if maybe you deserved it. Even when someone tries to cage you, you wonder if maybe you're not meant to fly. But she was meant to fly. She just did not know it yet. Or maybe she did know it, but she did not believe she deserved to. All right, take a breath. That was heavy, I know. But we needed to go through it. We needed to understand what it looks like when two people confuse loneliness for love, when they mistake familiarity for intimacy, when they try to fix themselves by fixing each other. Spoiler alert, it does not work. It never works. Next, we're going to talk about what Marilyn did after the divorce. We're going to talk about her decision to leave Hollywood temporarily, to move to New York, to study acting seriously, to try to become more than just a beautiful face. We're going to talk about the actor's studio, about Lee Strasburg, about the moment when Marilyn Monroe decided she wanted to be a real artist. But that journey comes with its own costs, its own complications, its own tragedies. Stay close. We are going deeper. New York City, 1955. Imagine being the most famous woman in the world and deciding to become a student again. Imagine walking away from Hollywood at the peak of your career because you are tired of being treated like a beautiful product and you want to be treated like an artist. That is what Marilyn did. And it was either the bravest decision of her life or the beginning of her unraveling. Maybe both. After the divorce from Joe, Marilyn did something unexpected. She did not jump into another relationship. She did not immediately sign up for another sexy blonde role. Instead, she got on a plane to New York and essentially disappeared from Hollywood. She rented an apartment in the Waldorf Astoria under an assumed name. She wore plain clothes, minimal makeup, sunglasses. She walked the streets of Manhattan, and for the first time in years, people did not always recognize her. She could be almost normal, almost invisible. And for someone who had spent her entire adult life being stared at, that invisibility felt like freedom. But she was not in New York to hide. She was there to transform again. Because apparently transforming from Norma Jean into Marilyn Monroe was not enough. Now she wanted to transform from movie star into serious actress. And to do that, she needed to go to school. Not just any school, the actor's studio. Now, if you do not know about the actor's studio, let me paint you a picture. In the 1950s, it was the most prestigious acting school in America, maybe the world. It was located in a converted church on West 44th Street in Manhattan, and it was run by a man named Lee Strasburg, who was basically the high priest of something called method acting. Marlon Brando studied there, James Dean studied there, Montgomery Clift, Eli Wallach, Maureen Stapleton, Paul Newman, all the greats, all the rebels, all the actors who were changing the face of American cinema, they all went through Lee Strasberg's class. Method acting was based on the teachings of a Russian director named Konstantin Stanislavski. The basic idea is that an actor should not just pretend to feel emotions, they should actually feel them. To do that, you have to dig deep into your own past, your own pain, your own joy, and use those real memories to create authentic performances. You do not act sad. You remember something that made you sad, and you let that feeling surface. You do not act scared. You remember when you were terrified, and you channel that actual fear into the scene. Sounds powerful, right? It is. It can produce extraordinary performances. But here is what they do not tell you. When you spend all your time digging up painful memories, when your job is to constantly re-traumatize yourself in service of your art, you can start to lose track of what is real and what is performance. You can start to drown in the very emotions you're trying to control. But Marilyn did not know that yet. All she knew was that she was tired of being dismissed as just a pretty face. She wanted respect. She wanted to work with serious directors. She wanted to play complex characters. She wanted to prove that Marilyn Monroe was not just a dumb blonde. She was an actress, a real one. She was introduced to Lee Strasburg in early 1955 by Cheryl Crawford, a producer who was one of the founding members of the Actors Studio. Marilyn had confided in Crawford about her frustrations with Hollywood, about how she felt trapped in roles that did not challenge her, about how she wanted to grow as an artist. And Crawford said, "You need to meet Lee." The first time Marilyn walked into the Actors Studio, she was terrified. Here she was, one of the biggest movie stars in the world, walking into a room full of serious theatre actors who probably thought she was a joke. She sat in the back, trying to be invisible. She watched other actors perform scenes, watched Lee critique them, watched the whole ritual of it, and she was mesmerized. Lee Strasburg was in his early 50s then, a small man with intense eyes and a cigarette always in his hand. He had this way of looking at you like he could see right through to your soul. He was brilliant, demanding, sometimes cruel in his honesty. He did not care if you were famous. He did not care if you were beautiful. He cared if you were truthful. And that terrified Marilyn because she had spent so long constructing a persona, so long performing, that she was not sure she even knew what truthful meant anymore. But Lee saw something in her. Later, he would say that Marilyn Monroe was one of the two greatest acting talents he ever worked with. The other was Marlon Brando. Think about that. The man who taught some of the most legendary actors of the 20th century said that Marilyn, yes, the blonde bombshell who everyone dismissed as a sex symbol, had as much raw talent as Marlon Brando. She started taking private classes with Lee at his studio on Marlin Street. These were not big group sessions. These were intense one-on-one explorations, and they were brutal. Lee used something called sense memory exercises. The idea is that you focus on a specific memory, not just what happened, but what you felt, what you smelled, what you heard, what the air was like, what your body felt like. You recreate the sensory experience so completely that your body believes it is happening again. And then, when you are in that state, you can access genuine emotion. For most people, this is challenging. For Marilyn, who had a childhood filled with trauma, abandonment, abuse, this was dangerous. Because every time Lee asked her to go back, to remember, to feel, she was walking back into that orphanage, back into those foster homes, back into that moment when she was stuffed in a duffel bag at 3 years old, back into the sexual assault, back into every moment when someone told her she did not matter. Her psychiatrist at the time, yes, she was in therapy too because Lee believed all serious actors should be in analysis, was Dr. Marianne Criss. Lee and Dr. Criss worked in tandem, digging into Marilyn's psyche from two different angles. Therapy in the morning, acting class in the afternoon. Unpack your trauma, then perform your trauma. Do you see the problem? She was being asked to constantly live in her pain, to mine it, to use it, but never to actually heal from it. There is this account from Patricia Bosworth, who was there during those years, about watching Marilyn do these exercises. She described how sometimes, when Lee's questions became too probing, when he pushed her too hard into memories she could not handle, Marilyn would just stop. She would dissociate right there in the room, Or sometimes she would make something up. She would give Lee what he wanted to hear because the truth was too painful to access. But when it worked, when Marilyn could tap into that wellspring of emotion without drowning in it, the results were extraordinary. She performed scenes at the actor's studio that left people speechless. There is a famous story about her performing a scene from Breakfast at Tiffany's so beautifully that Truman Capote, who wrote the novella, became obsessed with having her play Holly Golightly in the film. He lobbied hard for her. He told the studio she was perfect for the role, but the studio said no. They thought she was too risky, too unreliable, too difficult to work with. So they gave the role to Audrey Hepburn instead. Sweet, dependable, classy Audrey Hepburn. And Capote never forgave them. He said until the day he died that Marilyn would have been the definitive Holly. Lee Strasburg became more than just a teacher to Marilyn. He became a father figure, a mentor, a guide. And his wife, Paula Strasburg, became a mother figure. Marilyn started spending more and more time at their apartment. She would sleep over sometimes when she could not face going home alone. She would sit at their dinner table talking about art and philosophy and theatre. The Strasburgs had 2 children, Susan and John, and Marilyn became almost like their older sister, though the relationship would later become complicated when Susan felt overshadowed by Marilyn's presence in her own home. For Marilyn, the Strasburgs represented something she had never had. A family. A real one. People who seemed to value her for more than her looks, who believed in her talent, who wanted to help her grow. She was so grateful, so desperate for that connection, that she overlooked some warning signs, like the fact that Lee was extraordinarily controlling, or that Paula was becoming increasingly dependent on Marilyn's fame to boost her own career as an acting coach, or that maybe, just maybe, they were using her as much as they were helping her, but we are getting ahead of ourselves. In 1955, Marilyn was still in the honeymoon phase with the actor's studio. She was learning, growing, feeling like maybe she could become the artist she'd always wanted to be. And she was not just studying. She was also taking control of her career in a way that no actress, especially no female actress, had done before. She formed her own production company, Marilyn Monroe Productions. Can you imagine the audacity of that in 1955? Female actresses did not have production companies. They certainly did not have leverage to negotiate with major studios, but Marilyn did. She used her fame as a weapon. She knew that 20th Century Fox needed her more than she needed them. Her films made millions. Audiences would pay to see her no matter what the movie was about. So she said, "If you want me to come back to Hollywood, here are my terms. I want approval over my directors. I want approval over my scripts. I want to be paid like the star I am. And I want to work with serious filmmakers, not just hacks who see me as a blonde prop." The studio executives must have been furious. Who did she think she was? Just another actress, a sex symbol, a product. But she was smart, smarter than they gave her credit for. She knew her worth, and eventually Fox agreed to her terms. She won, not completely, but enough. Enough to feel like maybe, finally, she had some control over her own destiny. In 1956, Marilyn returned to Hollywood under her new contract, and one of the first films she made was Bus Stop, directed by Joshua Logan. This was her chance to show everyone what she'd learned at the actor's studio, and she did. Her performance as Cherie, a saloon singer with dreams of being a real performer, was vulnerable and raw and real. Critics who had dismissed her for years suddenly started paying attention. They said things like, "Miss Monroe has finally proved she can act," as if she had not been acting all along, as if the performance of being Marilyn Monroe was not the greatest acting job of all. But here is where the actor's studio training started to show its dark side. Paula Strasburg, Lee's wife, became Marilyn's on-set acting coach, and Paula was intense. She would stand just off camera during every take, watching Marilyn, sometimes mouthing the lines with her, sometimes coughing loudly if she thought Marilyn was doing something wrong. Directors hated her. Other actors found her intrusive, but Marilyn would not work without Paula there. She had become dependent on her. She needed Paula to tell her if she was doing it right, if she was being truthful, if she was good enough. Do you see what is happening? Marilyn had spent her whole life looking for external validation. First from her mother, then from foster parents, then from husbands, then from audiences, and now from Paula Strasburg. She could never just trust herself. She always needed someone else to tell her she was okay. And the method itself was taking a toll. Every time she prepared for a scene, she had to dig into painful memories. Every time she cried on screen, she was crying real tears from real pain. Every time she played vulnerable, she was actually making herself vulnerable. There was no separation between Marilyn the actress and Marilyn the person. The boundaries were dissolving, and when the boundaries dissolve, when you can no longer tell where the performance ends and the real you begins, you are in trouble. Her insomnia got worse. She'd always had trouble sleeping, but now it was becoming unbearable. She would lie awake for hours, her mind racing, unable to turn off the emotions she had stirred up during the day. She started taking more pills, Nembutal, Seconal, barbiturates that were supposed to help her sleep but really just numbed her. And then she would need pills to wake up in the morning, amphetamines to give her energy, pills to sleep, pills to wake, pills to feel, pills to not feel. The cycle was beginning. Lee Strasburg knew about the pills. He encouraged her to continue with therapy, to work through her issues. But here is the thing. He also encouraged her to keep using her pain in her work. He told her that great art requires suffering, that to be a true artist you have to be willing to bleed. And Marilyn believed him. She wanted to be a great artist more than anything, so she kept bleeding. There is this heartbreaking moment that one of her fellow students remembered. They were in class, and Lee asked Marilyn to do a sense memory exercise about being a child, and she went back. She went all the way back to being Norma Jean, to being that little girl in the orphanage looking out the window at the Archeo water tower, and she started crying. Not movie crying, not pretty tears rolling down her cheeks. She was sobbing, choking, her whole body shaking. And Lee just watched. He did not stop her. He did not comfort her. He let her stay in that pain because he believed it would make her a better actress. But at what cost? At what cost do we demand that artists destroy themselves in service of their art? At what cost do we tell people that their trauma is only valuable if it can be performed for others? Marilyn spent about a year studying intensively with Lee before she went back to making films regularly, and that year changed her. It gave her tools, techniques, a new understanding of her craft, but it also deepened her wounds. It convinced her that she had to suffer to be legitimate. It taught her that her pain was her greatest asset, and it made her even more dependent on other people's approval, other people's guidance, other people's definitions of what made her good enough. Lee Strasburg would later claim, "I made Marilyn Monroe an actress, even though she was already a star." But that is not quite true, is it? Marilyn was always an actress. From the moment she learned to split herself into Norma Jean and Marilyn, she was performing. The actor's studio just gave her a new vocabulary for it, a new framework. But it did not make her. If anything, it complicated her relationship with herself even further, and Paula Strasburg. She would stay with Marilyn for the rest of her career, standing just off camera, being a presence that Marilyn needed but that everyone else resented. When Marilyn died in 1962, she left the bulk of her estate to Lee Strasburg. Not to her family, not to friends, but to Lee, her acting teacher, the man she saw as a father. And after Marilyn's death, after Lee himself died, his widow Anna Strasburg sold off Marilyn's personal belongings, her clothes, her underwear, her intimate possessions, at auction for millions of dollars. The girl who just wanted to be taken seriously as an artist became, even in death, a commodity, a product, a source of profit for other people. But again, we are jumping ahead. In 1956, Marilyn was still hopeful. She was still believing that maybe this time, this approach, this teacher, this method would finally make her feel whole. She was still thinking that if she just worked hard enough, suffered enough, proved herself enough, someone would finally say, "You are enough, just as you are. You do not have to perform anymore. You can rest." But nobody ever said that to her. Not Lee, not Paula, not the studios, not the audiences. Everyone wanted more. More Marilyn, more performance, more sex appeal, more vulnerability, more everything. And she kept giving it because she did not know how to stop. She did not know that it was okay to say no. She did not know that she did not owe anyone her pain. Here is what I want you to understand. The actor's studio years were supposed to be about Marilyn finding herself, but instead they became about her losing herself even more completely. She went there looking for substance, for depth, for respect, and she found it in a way. She became a better technical actress. She learned to access emotions on command. She gained a vocabulary to talk about her craft. But she also learned that her trauma was the most valuable thing about her. Not her intelligence, not her kindness, not her humor, her pain. And once you learn that, once you internalize the belief that you're only interesting when you're suffering, it becomes almost impossible to be happy. So yes, the actor's studio gave Marilyn tools, but it also gave her chains. And the question is, was it worth it? Did the artistry justify the cost? I do not have an answer to that. Maybe you do. Maybe you are an artist yourself, and you know what it is like to bleed for your work. Maybe you understand that terrible trade-off between creating something beautiful and destroying yourself in the process. All I know is this. After the actor's studio, Marilyn was never the same. She had gained something, but she had also lost something, and she was about to enter the next phase of her life, the phase where she would try to find love again, try to be someone's wife again, try to balance art and intimacy and identity, and spoiler alert, it was going to get even more complicated, but that is coming. Right now, just breathe. Let this settle. Think about the teachers you have had in your life, the mentors, the guides. Did they help you become yourself? Or did they shape you into what they needed you to be? It is a hard question. Sometimes the answer is both. Sometimes the people who help us the most also hurt us the most. Not because they mean to, but because transformation always comes with a price. Next, we're going to talk about Arthur Miller, the intellectual, the playwright, the man Marilyn thought would finally see her as more than just a beautiful body, the man she married believing he could love all of her, the smart parts, the broken parts, the complicated parts. But love, as we keep learning, is never quite what we think it will be. Stay with me. We are halfway through her story now, and it is about to get even more tender, even more tragic. There is something almost Shakespearean about what happened next. The most famous blonde in America fell in love with one of the most serious intellectuals in the country, and everyone, absolutely everyone, thought it was a mistake. Except Marilyn. She thought Arthur Miller was going to save her. She thought finally, She had found someone who would see past the platinum hair and the breathy voice and love the real her, the smart her, the one who read books and asked questions and wanted to understand the world. But here is the problem with thinking someone is going to save you. It puts an impossible burden on them, and it absolves you from the work of saving yourself. Arthur Miller was 40 years old when he and Marilyn got together. He was already famous, already established. His play, Death of a Salesman, had won the Pulitzer Prize in 1949. The Crucible, his allegory about McCarthyism disguised as a play about the Salem witch trials, had cemented his reputation as America's conscience, a writer willing to take on political hysteria and moral cowardice. He wore thick glasses. He was tall, intellectual, serious. He talked about ideas, about society, about art with a capital A. He was everything Hollywood was not. And Marilyn met him in 1951, back when she was still climbing, still trying to prove herself. They met through Elia Kazan, the famous director. Kazan and Miller were friends, complicated friends, because Kazan had named names during the McCarthy hearings and Miller had not. But that is another story. At that first meeting, there was a spark. Miller later said he was struck by her intelligence, by the way she asked questions that went deeper than surface level. And Marilyn, she was smitten. Here was a man who seemed to take her seriously as a person, not just as a body. But nothing happened right away. Miller was married. He had 2 children. He lived in Connecticut with his wife Mary, and he seemed committed to that life, that stability. So Marilyn filed him away in a corner of her mind labelled Impossible Dreams, and went on with her life. She married Joe DiMaggio. She moved to New York. She studied at the Actors Studio. And all the while she kept thinking about Arthur Miller. They reconnected in 1955. Marilyn was in New York studying with Lee Strasburg, trying to reinvent herself as a serious actress. Miller was there too, working on a new play. And this time he was available. Or rather, he made himself available. Because the truth is, Miller was still married when he and Marilyn started their affair. He was in the process of leaving his wife, but he had not left yet. And that should have been a warning sign, should it not? When someone is willing to betray one person to be with you, what makes you think they will not eventually betray you too? But Marilyn did not think about that. She was in love, or she thought she was. It is hard to tell the difference sometimes between love and the fantasy of what love could fix. She wrote him letters, beautiful, vulnerable letters where she poured out her heart. "I believe that I should really die if I ever lost you," she wrote. Not, "I would be sad." Die. That is the kind of intensity she brought to this relationship. That is how much she needed it to work. Miller wrote her back. His letters were intellectual, poetic, but also clearly besotted. "There is no doubt you're the most alive woman I have ever known," he told her. And maybe that was true. Marilyn had this quality of being incredibly present, almost painfully alive. When she was with you, she was completely with you. She gave you all of her attention, all of her focus. It was intoxicating, but it was also exhausting, because maintaining that level of intensity all the time is not sustainable. Not for her and not for the people around her. People close to Miller warned him. They said, "Are you sure about this? She is Marilyn Monroe. The media circus alone will destroy your quiet life. And she is complicated, Arthur. Damaged. She needs help you cannot give her." But Miller did not listen. Maybe he thought his love could heal her. Maybe he thought he was different from all the other men who had tried and failed to make her happy. Maybe he just wanted her so badly that he was willing to ignore the red flags. They got married on June 29th, 1956, at a courthouse in White Plains, New York. She was 30. He was 40. It was a small ceremony, just immediate family and a few friends. 2 days later, they had a Jewish ceremony because Miller was Jewish, and Marilyn converted to Judaism for him. She took it seriously, studied with a rabbi, learned the prayers. She wanted to be part of his world, his culture, his intellectual life. She wanted to be Mrs. Arthur Miller, not Marilyn Monroe, the movie star. But you cannot just stop being Marilyn Monroe. The world will not let you, and neither will the parts of yourself that you have built your entire identity around. The media went insane, of course. The press called them the egghead and the hourglass. Intellectuals sneered at Miller for marrying a sex symbol. Hollywood sneered at Marilyn for thinking she could be taken seriously just because she married a serious man. Everyone had an opinion, everyone had something to say, and none of it was kind. But for a little while, they were happy, or they seemed to be. They lived in Miller's farmhouse in Roxbury, Connecticut. Marilyn would cook, or try to, and Miller would work on his writing. They would take walks in the woods. They would read together. She would ask him about his work, and he would explain it to her, and she would light up with genuine interest. This was what she had always wanted, to be with someone who respected her mind, who wanted to have conversations about more than just movies and gossip. But there were cracks from the beginning. Miller was used to a certain kind of life, quiet, structured, intellectually rigorous. He would wake up early, go to his study, and write for hours. He needed solitude, discipline, routine. Marilyn was the opposite. She stayed up late, slept in, struggled with depression and insomnia. She needed people around her, needed constant reassurance, needed to be told over and over that she was loved, that she was good enough. And Miller, for all his intelligence, for all his empathy as a writer, was not emotionally equipped to give her that level of constant validation. And here is where it gets really painful. In 1956, Marilyn agreed to go to England to film The Prince and the Showgirl with Laurence Olivier. It was supposed to be her big moment, her chance to prove she could hold her own with one of the greatest actors in the world. Miller came with her. He was working on the screenplay for what would become The Misfits, and he thought the trip would be good for both of them. She could work on her film, he could work on his writing, and they could support each other. But it was a disaster. Olivier was dismissive of Marilyn from day one. He treated her like she was stupid, like she was just a Hollywood starlet who could not possibly understand the nuances of acting. He resented that she brought Paula Strasburg to the set, resented that she needed so many takes to get a scene right, resented that she was late, unprepared, insecure. And instead of defending her, instead of standing up for his wife, Miller started to see her through Olivier's eyes. He started to see her as difficult, as needy, as a problem. And then Marilyn found his diary. She was not snooping. At least that is what she said later. She just happened to see it lying open on his desk, and there, in Arthur Miller's handwriting, were his true thoughts about her. He wrote that he was disappointed in her, that she was not the angel he thought she was, that his first wife Mary, the woman he had left for Marilyn, had let him down, but that Marilyn had done something worse. He wrote about how he was beginning to regret the marriage, about how her neediness and insecurity were suffocating him. Imagine that. Imagine being Marilyn, already so fragile, already so convinced that you're not enough, and finding proof, written proof, that even the man who claimed to love you, who married you, who promised to see the real you, even he is disappointed. Even he thinks you are too much. Even he regrets choosing you. She was devastated. She later told Lee and Paula Strasburg about it, told them what Miller had written. And from that moment, something broke in the marriage that never got fixed. She never fully trusted him again. How could she? He had written down in black and white that she was a disappointment, but they stayed together. Because what else do you do when you have built your life around someone, when you have converted to their religion and moved to their farmhouse and convinced yourself that this is the relationship that will finally make you whole? You stay. You try to make it work. You pretend the cracks are not there. Miller finished the screenplay for The Misfits in 1960. He wrote it specifically for Marilyn. It was supposed to be a gift, a love letter, a role that would showcase her dramatic range. The story was about a woman named Roslyn who is getting divorced in Reno and falls in with a group of aging cowboys. It was poignant, sad, beautiful, and on paper, it should have been exactly what Marilyn needed. A serious role in a serious film with a script written by her husband, the Pulitzer Prize-winning playwright. But by the time they started filming in the summer of 1960, everything had gone wrong. Marilyn was drinking heavily. She was taking more pills than ever, barbiturates, tranquilizers, painkillers. She was barely sleeping. She was showing up to set late or not at all. The production was a nightmare. The heat in the Nevada desert was unbearable. The crew was frustrated. The budget was spiraling out of control. And Miller, instead of being supportive, was cold, distant. He had written this role for her, and she was ruining it. That is how he saw it. She was ungrateful. She was unprofessional. She was destroying his work. Clark Gable was in the film playing one of the cowboys. This was his last film. He would die of a heart attack shortly after filming Wrapped. And there were rumours, terrible rumours, that Marilyn blamed herself for his death because the production had been so stressful, so chaotic. She carried that guilt with her for the rest of her life, even though it was not her fault. None of it was her fault. But when you are someone like Marilyn, someone who's been told your whole life that you are the problem, you believe it. You take responsibility for things that are not your responsibility. The marriage was over by then, even if they had not admitted it yet. They were living in the same house but sleeping in separate rooms. They barely spoke. When they did, it was about logistics, about schedules, about the surface-level details of coexistence. But there was no intimacy left, no warmth, no partnership. In January 1961, they announced their divorce. It had been less than 5 years. 5 years of Marilyn trying to be the intellectual wife Arthur needed. 5 years of Arthur trying to love a woman who needed more than he could give. 5 years of both of them slowly realizing that love is not enough when two people are fundamentally incompatible. But here is what kills me about this story. Miller later wrote about Marilyn. He wrote plays that were clearly based on her. He gave interviews where he talked about how difficult she was, how troubled, how impossible. He turned their private pain into public art. And Marilyn. She never said a bad word about him, not publicly. She remained close to his parents. She sent them cards, called them, stayed connected to his family even after the divorce because she still wanted that connection, still wanted to be part of something that felt like family. Do you know what that says about her? It says that even after everything, even after the disappointment and the betrayal and the heartbreak, she was still capable of love. She was still capable of kindness. She was still trying to be good enough for people who had already decided she was not. Arthur Miller moved on. He remarried. He had more children. He wrote more plays. He became even more celebrated as America's great playwright, and he lived until 2005, dying at age 89, having had a long, full life filled with accolades and respect. Marilyn died in 1962. She was 36 years old. She'd been divorced from Miller for just over a year, and in that last year, when she was spiraling, when she was at her most fragile, when she needed someone to help her, Miller was not there. He had moved on. And that is what gets me. Not that the marriage ended. Marriages end. People grow apart. That is life. But the fact that Miller, who was supposed to be this great intellectual, this man of empathy and understanding, could not see what was happening to her, couldn't see that she was drowning, could not or would not reach out a hand to help. He just let her go, and maybe that is fair. And maybe you cannot save someone who does not want to be saved. Maybe it was not his job to fix her. But then why marry her in the first place? Why write her letters about how she was the most alive woman he had ever known? Why make promises you cannot keep? Why let someone believe you see them, really see them, when all you actually see is the ways they are failing to be what you need them to be? Here is what I think happened. Miller fell in love with an idea of Marilyn, the brilliant, beautiful, tragic woman he could rescue and rehabilitate, the muse who would inspire his greatest work. But real Marilyn was messier than that. Real Marilyn needed therapy and medication and patience and unconditional support. Real Marilyn could not just be fixed by good conversations and pastoral Connecticut living. And when Miller realized that, when he realized she was an actual human being with actual problems and not just a romantic ideal, he retreated. He got disappointed. He wrote it in his diary. And eventually he left. And Marilyn learned once again that even when someone claims to love all of you, the smart parts, the broken parts, the complicated parts, they usually only love you as long as you're not too much trouble, as long as you're not too broken, as long as you fit comfortably into their life without disrupting it too much. That is a hard lesson to learn. Maybe you have learned it too. Maybe you have loved someone who said they wanted all of you, but really only wanted the easy parts. Maybe you've been with someone who fell in love with your potential and then resented you for being your actual self. It is one of the cruelest things that can happen in a relationship, being loved conditionally while being promised unconditional love. The Arthur Miller marriage was supposed to be Marilyn's intellectual awakening. It was supposed to prove that she was more than a dumb blonde. It was supposed to give her the respect she'd always craved. And in a way, it did. For a little while she got to be Mrs. Arthur Miller, wife of a famous playwright, Jewish convert Connecticut housewife. She got to feel legitimate, but she paid for that legitimacy with her sense of self. She twisted herself into knots trying to be what Miller needed. She suppressed the parts of herself that were too Hollywood, too messy, too Marilyn. And in the end, it did not matter. He still left. Because you cannot contort yourself into someone else and expect to be loved for who you are. It does not work that way, so we're left with this. Marilyn Monroe, the most desired woman in the world, could not find someone to love her without conditions. Joe wanted her to be smaller, less famous, less herself. Arthur wanted her to be smarter, more stable, less damaged. And she tried, God knows she tried, to be what both of them wanted. But she could not, because at the end of the day she was just Norma Jean, a girl who'd been abandoned so many times that she did not know how to believe anyone would stay. And the saddest part? She was right. Nobody stayed. Not Joe, not Arthur, not anyone. They all loved her until it became inconvenient. They all wanted her until she needed something back. They all promised forever until forever started to feel long. Take a moment. Breathe. This is heavy stuff, I know, but we're getting to the heart of it now. We're understanding why the story ends the way it does. Because when you spend your whole life trying to earn love instead of receiving it freely, you exhaust yourself. You empty yourself out. You give and give and give until there is nothing left. And then, When you need someone to give back to you, there is nobody there. But we're not at the end yet. There is still more story to tell. There is still the part about what happened after Miller left. There is still the part about miscarriages and loneliness and desperate attempts to find meaning. There is still the part about presidents and pills and one last heartbreaking attempt to hold on. So stay with me. We are past the marriages now. We are moving into the final chapters, and it is going to hurt. But it is also going to help you understand why Marilyn matters, why her story still resonates, why we are still talking about her more than 60 years after her death. Because she was not just a blonde bombshell. She was a human being, trying to find love in a world that only wanted her image. We continue soon. Just rest for a moment. Feel whatever you are feeling, and when you are ready, we will walk together into the parts of her story that are hardest to hear but most important to understand. Sometimes the cruelest thing life can do is give you a dream and then make it impossible. For Marilyn Monroe, that dream was simple, ordinary, achingly human. She wanted to be a mother. She wanted to create the family she never had. She wanted to give a child all the love and stability that nobody had given her. And her body said no. Over and over and over again, her body said no. This is the part of Marilyn's story that people do not talk about enough. We talk about her marriages, her movies, her iconic status. But we do not talk about the medical procedures, the hospital rooms, the pregnancies that ended in grief, the desperate hope that maybe this time would be different. We do not talk about how she carried this particular heartbreak with her every single day, how it coloured everything else, how it made her question whether she deserved happiness at all. Let me take you back to 1957. Marilyn is married to Arthur Miller. They are living in Connecticut trying to build a life together, and she gets pregnant. For the first time in her life, Marilyn Monroe is going to be a mother. Can you imagine the joy? Can you imagine her walking through that farmhouse, touching her belly, talking to the tiny life growing inside her, thinking, finally, I will have someone who is mine, who I can love unconditionally, who will never leave me. She told very few people at first. She was superstitious, or maybe just realistic. She knew her body had issues. She'd been diagnosed with endometriosis, a painful condition where tissue similar to the uterine lining grows outside the uterus. It causes intense cramping, irregular bleeding, and yes, difficulty getting pregnant and carrying a pregnancy to term. But she hoped. She let herself hope. She started thinking about names, about nurseries, about what kind of mother she would be. In August of 1957, she lost the baby. A miscarriage. The medical term is spontaneous abortion, which sounds so clinical, so cold. But there was nothing clinical about what Marilyn felt. She was devastated. Arthur tried to comfort her. But what do you say? What words exist that can make that kind of loss bearable? There are none. You just sit with it. You just let the grief wash over you and hope you do not drown. But Marilyn did not have time to grieve properly. She had a movie to finish. She had obligations, contracts, people depending on her. So she did what she had always done. She performed. She put on the makeup, said the lines, hit her marks, and nobody watching would have known that inside she was shattered. She got pregnant again in 1958. Hope returned. Maybe the first time was just bad luck. Maybe this time would be different. She was careful. She rested more. She tried to do everything right. And in December of 1958, she had an ectopic pregnancy. That is when the fertilized egg implants outside the uterus, usually in a fallopian tube. It is not viable. The pregnancy cannot continue, and if not treated quickly, It can be life-threatening. She had emergency surgery. They had to remove one of her fallopian tubes, and just like that, her chances of ever getting pregnant were cut in half. 2 losses, 2 babies that never got to be born, 2 rooms in her heart that would stay forever empty. Do you know anyone who has gone through this? Maybe you have gone through it yourself. If you have, you know that there is a special kind of grief that comes with losing a pregnancy. It is not just mourning what was, it is mourning what could have been. It is mourning the future you had started to imagine. The first day of school, the birthday parties, the graduations, the whole life that will now never happen, and you're supposed to just move on. People say things like, "You can try again," or "At least you know you can get pregnant," or "It was not meant to be." And those words, no matter how well-intentioned, they feel like knives. Marilyn wanted to try again. Of course she did. Because wanting to be a mother was not just about having a baby. It was about rewriting her own story. She had been the unwanted child, the foster kid, the orphan. She was going to be different. She was going to be the mother who stayed, the mother who loved unconditionally, the mother who would never ever abandon her child. Being a mother would prove that she was not like Gladys. It would prove that she could do the one thing that matters most: love someone without conditions, without fear, without running away. But there is something you need to understand about endometriosis and the medical treatment available in the 1950s. It was not what it is today. Doctors did not fully understand the condition. They certainly did not have effective treatments. Women were told it was just bad cramps, or that they were being dramatic. Marilyn underwent multiple surgeries trying to correct the problems, surgeries that were painful, invasive, and ultimately not very successful. And every time she went under anesthesia, every time she recovered in a hospital bed, she was alone with her grief and her failing body. There was one more pregnancy, one more chance. This was in 1960 during the nightmare filming of The Misfits. She was already under enormous stress. The Nevada heat was unbearable. Her marriage to Arthur was disintegrating. She was taking pills to sleep, pills to wake up, pills to cope. Her body was a battlefield of pharmaceuticals and exhaustion. And she was pregnant. She did not tell many people this time. She was scared to hope, scared to believe. But she carried that secret with her through the long days on set, through the fights with Arthur, through everything. And then, inevitably, she lost that baby too. Another miscarriage, the 3rd one. The final proof that her body would not give her the one thing she wanted most. After that, something changed in Marilyn. Not all at once, but gradually. The light dimmed a little bit more. The hope became harder to sustain. She still smiled for the cameras. She still did interviews where she talked about wanting children. But there was a resignation in her voice now, a sadness that never quite left her eyes. Here is what I want you to understand. In the 1950s, a woman's value was still largely tied to her ability to be a wife and mother. That was the expectation, the norm, the definition of success for a woman. You could be the most famous actress in the world. You could be beautiful and talented and beloved by millions. But if you could not have children, there was a sense that you had failed at the most fundamental female task. And Marilyn internalized that. She saw her body's inability to carry a pregnancy as proof of her own inadequacy. Not intellectually, I think she knew better, but emotionally, in that deep place where our childhood wounds live, she believed it. Think about the psychology of it. She had been abandoned as a child. She had been told in countless ways that she was not wanted. And now her own body was abandoning her. Her own body was saying, "You cannot have this. You cannot create life. You cannot be a mother." It was the ultimate rejection, coming from inside herself, and there was no way to fight it. No way to convince her body to cooperate. No way to will a pregnancy to succeed. She talked about adoption. She and Arthur discussed it, but nothing ever came of it. Maybe Arthur was not fully on board. Maybe Marilyn was scared that an adopted child would leave her too, the way she had been left. Maybe she was too busy, too unstable, too aware that her life was a mess, and bringing a child into it would be unfair. Whatever the reason, it did not happen, and so she remained childless, forever yearning for something she could not have. There is a photograph from around this time that breaks my heart every time I see it. Marilyn is holding a friend's baby. She's looking down at this tiny human with such tenderness, such longing, such pure love, and you can see it in her face. This is what I want. This is what I will never have. And I have to smile and hand this baby back and pretend my heart is not breaking into 1,000 pieces. Joe DiMaggio wanted children with her. He had made that clear during their marriage, and Marilyn wanted that too. But the timing was wrong, the marriage was wrong, and then it was over before they even had a chance to try. Arthur Miller had 2 children from his first marriage, Jane and Robert, and Marilyn tried to be a stepmother to them, tried to build relationships, tried to be part of their lives. But it was complicated. She was not their mother. They had a mother, and Marilyn was always on the outside looking in, seeing what family looked like but never quite being allowed to be part of it. After her divorce from Arthur, after the miscarriages, after all of it, Marilyn started to spiral in a different way. The pills got worse, the drinking got worse, the insomnia became almost constant. Because what do you do when your body has betrayed you? When the future you imagined is impossible? When the role you wanted most, mother, is the one role you will never get to play? Some women who cannot have biological children find peace in other forms of creation. They become artists, teachers, mentors. They find ways to nurture that do not require pregnancy. And maybe Marilyn tried that too in her own way. She mentored young actors. She was generous with her time and advice. She tried to be there for people. But it was not the same. Nothing could fill that particular void. And here is the truly heartbreaking part. Marilyn's mother Gladys was still alive, still in and out of psychiatric institutions, still unable to be a real mother to her daughter. And Marilyn would visit her sometimes, would try to connect with this woman who had given birth to her but never really raised her. And what must that have been like? To sit across from your mother, this person who could not love you properly, could not take care of you, could not be what you needed, and to know that you will never get the chance to be a better mother to your own child, to know that the cycle ends with you, not because you chose it, but because your body would not let you continue it. Marilyn saw Gladys for the last time in the summer of 1962, just a few weeks before her death. She took her psychiatrist, Dr. Greenson, to Rockhaven Sanitarium where Gladys was staying. Marilyn was trying to get the doctor to prescribe Gladys some medication, trying to help in whatever small way she could. But Gladys refused the medication. She said prayers were all she needed. And then, in the yard, Marilyn pleaded with her mother to take care of herself. And Gladys stood up to leave, and Marilyn stopped her. She slipped a flask into Gladys's purse, a flask of alcohol, a small gift, a gesture that said, "I know you need something to get through this. I understand." And Gladys smiled at her daughter and said, "You're such a good girl, Norma Jean." Not Marilyn, Norma Jean. After all those years, after all that fame, her mother still saw her as the little girl she had given away. And then Gladys left without saying goodbye. She just walked away, again, just like she always had. That was their last conversation. A few weeks later, Marilyn was dead. And Gladys? She outlived her daughter by 22 years. She lived to be 81 years old, spending much of that time in psychiatric care, seemingly unaffected by her daughter's death. When reporters asked her about Marilyn, she showed little emotion. It was as if Norma Jean had just been another foster placement, another temporary arrangement. Can you imagine? Your mother is still alive. You are one of the most famous women in the world, and your mother barely acknowledges your existence. You die at 36, and she keeps living, keeps breathing, keeps going on without you, and you spent your whole life wanting her to see you, to love you, to be proud of you. And she never did. Not really. This is why the motherhood story matters. Because it is not just about Marilyn wanting a baby. It is about Marilyn wanting to break the cycle. She wanted to prove that she could love better than she had been loved. She wanted to create the family she never had. She wanted to give someone the childhood she never got. And her body, her broken, traumatized, endometriosis-ravaged body, would not let her. And so she remained forever a daughter, never a mother, forever the child looking for love, never the parent giving it, forever incomplete, forever yearning, forever carrying the weight of all those babies that never were. You know what is strange? Society worshipped Marilyn Monroe's body. They objectified it, photographed it, lusted after it, made millions of dollars from it. But that same body, the one everyone wanted to look at and touch and possess, that body could not do the one thing Marilyn wanted it to do. It could not create life. It could not give her a child. It could not make her a mother. There is something deeply unfair about that, something almost cruel, that the woman with the most famous body in the world had a body that betrayed her in the most personal, most painful way possible, that she could give pleasure to millions of strangers through her image, but she could not give life to a single child of her own. And I wonder if that is part of why she could not save herself in the end. Because when you spend your whole life trying to create meaning, trying to find purpose, trying to matter to someone, and every door you try gets closed in your face, at some point you start to wonder if maybe you are not meant to be here. Maybe the universe is trying to tell you something. Maybe your body's failure to create life is a sign that your own life does not matter as much as you thought it did. I am not saying that is true. It is not true. But I think Marilyn might have felt that way. I think in her darkest moments, when she was alone in that big house with too many pills and not enough reasons to wake up in the morning, she might have thought, what is the point? If I cannot be a mother, if I cannot create a family, if I cannot pass on love to the next generation, then what am I for? To look beautiful, to make movies, to be desired by people who will never really know me? That is not enough. It was never going to be enough. Because at the end of the day, we all want the same things: to love and be loved, to matter to someone, to know that our existence has meaning beyond ourselves. And for Marilyn, being a mother was going to be that meaning. It was going to be the thing that made all the pain worth it. And when that possibility died, when the third miscarriage confirmed that it was never going to happen, something in her died too. Not all at once. It was gradual, a slow dimming of hope, but it was real, and it was permanent. So when we talk about why Marilyn Monroe died so young, why she could not hold on, why the pills and the loneliness and the despair eventually won, we need to talk about this. We need to talk about the children she never got to have. We need to talk about the family she never got to create. We need to talk about how her body, the very thing everyone loved about her, was the source of her deepest pain. Breathe for a moment. This is heavy, I know, but it is important. Because Marilyn's story is not just about fame and beauty and tragedy. It is about being human. It is about wanting things that you cannot have. It is about your body not cooperating with your dreams. It is about carrying grief that nobody can see. It is about smiling for the cameras while your heart is breaking. And so many of us know what that feels like, do we not? Maybe not about children specifically, but about something. Some dream that did not come true. Some hope that died. Some future that will never happen. We all carry invisible grief. We all have rooms in our hearts that stay forever empty. Marilyn just had to carry hers in public. She had to smile and be beautiful and be Marilyn Monroe while Norma Jean was crying inside, mourning the children she would never hold, the family she would never have. And now, as we move forward in her story, as we get closer to the end, you need to hold this piece with you. Because what comes next, the relationships with powerful men, the scandal, the self-destruction, it is all coloured by this loss, by the knowledge that the one thing she wanted most in the world was the one thing she could never have. We're going to talk next about power and politics and the myth of Camelot. We're going to talk about presidents and what happens when a woman like Marilyn gets tangled up with men like that. But remember this part. Remember the miscarriages. Remember the yearning. Remember that beneath all the glamour and the gossip was a woman who just wanted to be someone's mum and never got the chance. Stay close. The story is not over yet. We are moving into dangerous territory now, into the parts that people speculate about, mythologize, turn into conspiracy theories. But we will try to stay grounded in what is known, what is real, what is human. We continue in just a moment. What happens when the most famous woman in America meets the most powerful man in America? That is the question everyone wants answered. That is the story that has been told and retold, mythologized and sensationalized, turned into conspiracy theories and tabloid fodder for more than 60 years. But here is what I want to do. I want to strip away the gossip and the speculation and look at what we actually know. And more importantly, I want to talk about power. Because this is not really a love story. This is a story about what happens when powerful men treat women as objects to be collected, used, and discarded. Let us start with the context, because context matters. It is 1962. John F. Kennedy is President of the United States. He is young, handsome, charismatic. He and his wife Jackie represent everything America wants to believe about itself. Youth, beauty, sophistication, promise. They call his administration Camelot, after the mythical kingdom of King Arthur, as if politics could be fairy tales and presidents could be knights in shining armour. But behind the scenes, behind the carefully managed public image, JFK was something else entirely. He was a serial philanderer. That is not gossip. That is documented fact. He had affairs with countless women, actresses, socialites, secretaries, anyone who caught his eye. His Secret Service agents knew, his staff knew, his wife knew. But the press did not report it because in those days journalists protected presidents. They believed that what happened in a man's private life was irrelevant to his ability to govern. So JFK's infidelities were an open secret in Washington, but unknown to most of the American public. And then there was Marilyn, beautiful, famous, vulnerable, lonely Marilyn, still reeling from her divorce from Arthur Miller, still mourning the children she would never have, still desperately seeking validation, affection, something that felt like love. They met in the early 1950s, long before Kennedy became president. There were parties in Hollywood, social circles that overlapped. But nothing significant happened then. The real connection came later, through Peter Lawford. Lawford was an actor, part of Frank Sinatra's Rat Pack, and he was married to Patricia Kennedy, JFK's sister. Lawford was the bridge between Hollywood and the Kennedys, and he threw parties at his beach house in Santa Monica, where celebrities and politicians could mingle away from public scrutiny. Marilyn was invited to these parties, and at some point, the exact timeline is murky, she and JFK began an affair, or what he would have called an affair. What it actually was much more complicated than that. Here is what we know for certain. On May 19, 1962, Marilyn Monroe sang "Happy Birthday, Mr. President" at a Democratic fundraiser at Madison Square Garden. It was 10 days before JFK's actual 45th birthday, but the event was a massive spectacle. 15,000 people packed into the garden, celebrities everywhere, and Marilyn was the main attraction. She wore a dress designed by Jean-Louis, made of sheer, flesh-coloured fabric covered in 2,500 rhinestones. It was so tight that it had to be sewn onto her body. She could barely walk in it, could barely breathe. But the effect was extraordinary. When she stepped onto that stage, when the spotlight hit her, it looked like she was naked except for sparkles. It looked like she was wearing light itself. And then she sang, in that breathy, sultry, unmistakable Marilyn voice. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. President." She drew out the words, made them drip with suggestion, with intimacy, with something that felt almost obscene in its directness. The crowd went wild. They cheered, whistled, applauded, and JFK, sitting in the audience, laughed. He was delighted. When he got up to speak afterward, he said, "I can now retire from politics after having had Happy Birthday sung to me in such a sweet, wholesome way." Wholesome. That was a joke, of course. There was nothing wholesome about that performance. It was seduction as public spectacle. It was Marilyn Monroe telling the world, or at least telling everyone in that room, that she had access to the president, that she was special, that she mattered. But did she? Did she actually matter to JFK? Or was she just another conquest, another notch in a very long belt? Here is the uncomfortable truth. We will never know exactly what happened between Marilyn Monroe and John F. Kennedy. There are no love letters, no photographs of them together in intimate settings, no definitive proof of anything beyond that public performance. What we have are rumours, second-hand accounts, stories told by people who claim to know what was going on. And those stories paint a picture that is less romantic and more transactional than the myth would have you believe. Several people close to Marilyn said that she believed she and JFK were in a real relationship, that she thought it was going somewhere, that she talked about him leaving Jackie, about them being together publicly, about her potentially becoming First Lady. And if that is true, if she really believed that, then it is heartbreaking. Because anyone with even a passing understanding of American politics in 1962 would know that was never going to happen. JFK was not going to leave his wife for a Hollywood actress. His career would have been over. His family would have destroyed him. The Catholic Church would have excommunicated him. It was not even a possibility. So if he led her to believe it was, if he let her hope for something he knew would never happen, then he was using her. He was taking advantage of her vulnerability, her need to be loved, her desperate desire to matter to someone important. And then there is his brother, Robert Kennedy, Bobby, the Attorney General, younger than JFK, more intense, more idealistic, or at least better at appearing idealistic. Bobby was supposed to be the good Kennedy, the moral one, the one who actually cared about justice and civil rights and doing the right thing. according to multiple accounts, Bobby also became involved with Marilyn. Some say he was sent to break off her relationship with JFK, to tell her it was over and she needed to stop calling, stop showing up, stop making trouble. But then, according to those same accounts, Bobby and Marilyn began their own affair. Whether that is true, again, we cannot know for certain. But what is documented is that Bobby visited Marilyn at her house in Los Angeles multiple times. The last time was on August 4th, 1962, the day she died. Let me pause here and say something clearly. I am not going to engage with conspiracy theories about whether the Kennedys had Marilyn killed. There is no credible evidence for that. The official cause of death was ruled as probable suicide by barbiturate overdose. And while there are questions about the timeline and some inconsistencies in witness statements, there is no proof of foul play. What I want to focus on instead is the dynamic, the power imbalance, the way Marilyn was used. Think about it from her perspective. You are Marilyn Monroe. You've spent your entire life being told you are beautiful but not smart, sexy but not serious, desirable but not respectable. And then the President of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, pays attention to you. He invites you to his parties. He listens when you talk. He makes you feel like maybe you are more than just a pretty face. Maybe you're interesting. Maybe you are important. How intoxicating must that have been? How validating. After all those years of fighting to be taken seriously, here was someone who seemed to take you seriously. Or at least, that is what it felt like. That is what he made it feel like. But here is the reality. Powerful men do not have affairs with famous actresses because they value their intellect or their humanity. They do it because they can. Because it is exciting to possess something that other men want. Because it makes them feel even more powerful to know that they can have anyone they want, even Marilyn Monroe. And when you are done being useful, when you become inconvenient or demanding or start to expect too much, they discard you. They send someone else to deliver the message. They stop returning your calls. They erase you from their lives as easily as they brought you into them. That is what happened to Marilyn. By the summer of 1962, she was becoming a problem. She was calling too much. She was talking too openly about her connection to the Kennedys. She was unstable, addicted to pills, emotionally fragile. She was no longer fun. She was no longer an amusing distraction. She was a liability. So they cut her off. Both of them probably. JFK and Bobby. They stopped taking her calls. They sent Peter Lawford to run interference. They made it clear, in whatever way they made it clear, that she was not part of their world. She was never part of their world. She was just visiting. And now it was time to leave. Can you imagine what that did to her? To be used by the most powerful men in the country and then discarded like you meant nothing. To realize that once again, you had been fooled into thinking you mattered when really you were just a toy, a diversion, a momentary pleasure for men who would forget about you the moment you left the room. It is a pattern, is it not? Joe DiMaggio wanted to possess her, but not respect her career. Arthur Miller wanted to fix her, but grew resentful when she could not be fixed. And the Kennedys, they wanted to consume her, to add her to their collection of conquests, and then move on to the next one without looking back. Marilyn was not a person to these men. She was an idea. She was a fantasy. She was a symbol of status and power. And when you are not seen as a person, when you are only valued for what you represent or what you can provide, you start to feel like maybe you do not deserve to be treated like a person. Maybe this is all you are worth. Maybe this is all you will ever be. And here is something else we need to talk about. The double standard. the incredible, infuriating double standard. JFK's affairs were an open secret among people who mattered, but nobody judged him for it. Nobody said he was unprofessional or unstable or morally bankrupt. His reputation as a great president remained intact. He is still beloved, still mythologized, still considered one of the most inspiring leaders in American history. But Marilyn, she was called a homewrecker, a slut, a mentally unstable woman who could not be trusted. Her involvement with married men was used as evidence of her moral failings, her lack of judgment, her inherent unworthiness. Never mind that she was not the one who was married. Never mind that she was not the one with power and responsibility. Never mind that she was the vulnerable one in every single one of these dynamics. She was blamed. She was shamed. She was judged. That is what we do to women, is it not? Especially women who are beautiful and sexual. We punish them for the desire they inspire in men. We make them responsible for men's choices. We treat them as if they are dangerous temptresses who seduce poor, innocent men away from their wives and their duties. When the reality is so much simpler and so much more depressing. Powerful men take what they want, and women like Marilyn, women who are already wounded and desperate for love, are easy targets. I want to be very clear about something. I am not saying Marilyn was a helpless victim in every situation. She made choices. She pursued relationships with married men. She was an adult with agency. But I am saying that the power dynamics matter. They matter a lot. When you are dealing with the President of the United States and the Attorney General, when you are dealing with men who control empires and have entire teams of people protecting their interests, you are not on equal footing. You do not have the same ability to walk away. You do not have the same protection, and Marilyn knew this. In her final months, she started talking to friends about writing a memoir. She said she wanted to tell her story, the real story, including the parts about the Kennedys. Some people who knew her said she kept a diary, a red diary, where she wrote down details about her relationships with powerful men. After her death, that diary disappeared. It has never been found. Make of that what you will. What I think happened, and this is speculation, but it is informed speculation, is that Marilyn realized too late that she had been used. She realized that the men she thought cared about her actually did not. And that realization, on top of everything else she was dealing with, the failed marriages, the miscarriages, the pill addiction, the loneliness, was too much. It was the final proof that she would never be loved the way she needed to be loved, that she would always be Marilyn Monroe, the sex symbol, never Norma Jean, the human being. And that is unbearable. When you spend your whole life performing, hoping that eventually someone will see through the performance to the real you, and then you realize that nobody ever will, that is a special kind of despair. That is the kind of despair that makes you wonder if it is even worth continuing. But we are not there yet. We are still in the summer of 1962, still in those last few months when Marilyn is trying to hold on, trying to make sense of everything, trying to figure out if there is still a path forward. Let me tell you something else about this period. Despite everything, despite the chaos and the pain and the addiction, Marilyn was still trying. She had bought her first house, a modest Spanish-style home in Brentwood. She was decorating it, making plans, trying to create a space that felt like home. She was negotiating with 20th Century Fox to come back and finish Something's Got to Give, the film she had been fired from. She was talking about future projects, about working with serious directors, about proving that she still had something to offer. She was not giving up. Not yet. She was still fighting, still hoping that maybe things could turn around. Maybe she could get clean. Maybe she could find love. Maybe she could be happy. But the Kennedys had taken something from her, not just her time or her body or her dignity. They had taken her hope. They had shown her, once and for all, that even the most powerful men in the world saw her as nothing more than a pretty object to be used and discarded. And if they saw her that way, if even the President of the United States could not see her as a person worth respecting, then who would? That is the tragedy of Marilyn's involvement with the Kennedys. Not that they had an affair. Affairs happen. Not even that they used her. Powerful men use people all the time. The tragedy is that she let herself hope. She let herself believe that maybe this time would be different. Maybe these men, these brilliant, charismatic, important men, would finally see her value. And when they did not, when they proved to be just like all the others, it broke something in her that could not be repaired. So when people ask whether the Kennedys killed Marilyn Monroe, I say this: maybe not directly. Maybe there is no conspiracy, no assassin, no cover-up. But did they contribute to her death? Did their treatment of her, their use of her, their casual dismissal of her humanity, did that play a role in her final despair? I think it did. I think they took a woman who was already barely holding on and pushed her a little bit further toward the edge. And when she fell, they walked away without looking back. JFK was assassinated in November 1963, just over a year after Marilyn died. Bobby was assassinated in June 1968. Both brothers died violently, tragically, their lives cut short just like Marilyn's was, and in death, all three of them became myths. Camelot and the blonde goddess, forever linked in the American imagination, forever wrapped in mystery and speculation and what-ifs. But myths are not people, and people deserve better than to be turned into myths. They deserve to be remembered as humans who tried and failed and hoped and hurt. They deserve to have their pain acknowledged, not sensationalized. They deserve to have their stories told with nuance and empathy, not just tabloid headlines and conspiracy theories. Marilyn Monroe was used by powerful men. That is not a conspiracy theory. That is just a fact. And it is a fact that we should sit with, that we should let make us uncomfortable, because it is still happening. Right now, today, powerful men are using vulnerable women and then discarding them when they become inconvenient. And we are still blaming the women. We are still calling them unstable and dramatic and attention-seeking. We are still refusing to hold the men accountable. So maybe the real question is not, what happened between Marilyn and the Kennedys? Maybe the real question is, why do we keep letting powerful men get away with this? Why do we protect them? Why do we mythologize them? Why do we turn their victims into punchlines and their cruelty into legend? I do not have a good answer to that. But I think Marilyn deserved better. She deserved to be loved without conditions. She deserved to be seen as a person, not a possession. She deserved to have her humanity respected. And she never got that. Not from Joe, not from Arthur, not from the Kennedys, not from Hollywood, not from anyone. And that is why, when we get to the end of her story, when we talk about how she died, we need to remember all of this. We need to remember that she did not die because she was weak or dramatic or seeking attention. She died because she was human, and she'd been hurt too many times by too many people who should have known better. All right, take a breath. That was a lot. But it needed to be said. We needed to look clearly at the power dynamics, at the way Marilyn was used, at the way she was blamed for things that were not her fault. Because this is not just about history. This is about patterns that continue today. Next, we're going to talk about the final unraveling, We're going to talk about the pills and the paranoia and the desperate phone calls in the middle of the night. We're going to talk about what it looks like when someone is drowning and nobody throws them a lifeline. But before we go there, just sit with this. Marilyn Monroe deserved better, and so do all the women who have been used and discarded by powerful men who face no consequences. Remember that as we move forward. The story is almost over now. We're in the final act, and it is going to hurt. But we will get through it together. Stay with me. Here is something most people do not understand about falling apart. It does not happen all at once. It is not dramatic. It is not a single moment where everything crashes down. It is gradual. It is 1,000 small compromises, 1,000 tiny defeats, 1,000 mornings where you wake up and think, I cannot do this, but you do it anyway because what choice do you have? Until one day you wake up and you actually cannot. And everyone acts surprised, as if they did not see it coming, as if you had not been drowning in plain sight for months. That is what happened to Marilyn Monroe in the spring of 1962, and the place where it all came to a head was on a movie set, in front of cameras, surrounded by crew members who were watching her disintegrate in real time and calling her unprofessional. Let me take you back to April 1962. Marilyn Monroe, now 36 years old, is supposed to start filming a movie called Something's Got to Give. It is a romantic comedy, a remake of a 1940 film called My Favorite Wife. The plot is light. A woman returns after being presumed dead for years and discovers her husband has remarried. Hijinks ensue. It is supposed to be fun, breezy, the kind of movie Marilyn could do in her sleep. Except by this point, Marilyn cannot do anything in her sleep because she's barely sleeping at all. The studio is 20th Century Fox. They are paying her $100,000 for the film, which sounds like a lot, and it was. But other stars were making twice that. Elizabeth Taylor, for instance, was getting $1 million for Cleopatra, which was filming at the same time and hemorrhaging money faster than Fox could count it. The studio was in financial trouble. They needed Something's Got to Give to be a hit. They needed Marilyn to show up and be Marilyn Monroe, sexy and charming and bankable. They needed her to save them. But Marilyn was in no condition to save anyone. She was barely able to save herself. Let us talk about what her daily reality looked like at this point. She would take sleeping pills at night, Nembutal, Seconal, barbiturates that were supposed to knock her out for 8 hours. But they did not work anymore. She'd built up such a tolerance that she would take the prescribed dose, then wait an hour, still wide awake, and take more and more. Until finally she would slip into something that was less like sleep and more like unconsciousness. And then in the morning she would need amphetamines to wake up, to counteract the barbiturates still in her system. Pills to sleep, pills to wake, pills to calm her anxiety, pills to give her energy. Her body was a pharmacy. Her bloodstream was a chemistry experiment. And people knew. Her doctors knew. Her psychiatrist, Dr. Ralph Greenson, knew. Paula Strasburg knew. Everyone in her inner circle knew that she was in trouble. But nobody stopped it. Nobody said, "We need to get you into a hospital. We need to get you clean. We need to intervene." Because everyone needed something from her. The doctors needed their fees. The Strasburgs needed their proximity to her fame. The studio needed her to make money. So they all enabled her, gave her more pills, told her she could handle it, told her just to get through this one film and then she could rest. Filming was supposed to start on April 23rd, 1962. Marilyn showed up to the first day of work, which was already a minor miracle, but she was sick. Actually sick. She had sinusitis, a sinus infection, that was causing terrible headaches and congestion. Her doctor confirmed it. Multiple doctors confirmed it. They advised the studio to postpone production for a few weeks until she recovered. But Fox said no. They said they could not afford to wait. Cleopatra was already over budget and behind schedule. They needed Something's Got to Give to start immediately. So they did. They started filming with a star who could barely breathe, let alone perform. Over the next 6 weeks, Marilyn missed 17 out of 32 days of filming. 17 days, more than half the scheduled shoot. When she did show up, she was late. Hours late. She would be scheduled for an 8 a.m. call time and arrive at noon, if she arrived at all. And when she was there, she could not remember her lines. She would do take after take after take, 40, 50, 60 takes for a single scene, and still could not get it right. She would look at the camera with those famous eyes, those eyes that had captivated millions, and they were empty. The light was gone. The crew started to hate her. Can you blame them? They were professionals trying to do their jobs, and they were being held hostage by an actress who could not or would not show up. They had families to feed, mortgages to pay, careers to maintain, and every day she did not show up, every scene that had to be reshot dozens of times, that was their time, their money, their livelihood being wasted. So they complained. They called her a diva. They said she was faking it, that she was just being difficult, that this was a power play. But it was not a power play. It was a breakdown. It was what happens when a human being has been pushed beyond their limits for too long. It was the inevitable result of decades of trauma, years of pill dependency, months of being used and discarded by people who claimed to love her. It was not manipulation. It was collapse. The director was George Cukor, a Hollywood legend who had directed My Fair Lady and The Philadelphia Story. He was talented, experienced, supposedly able to handle difficult stars, but he had no patience for Marilyn. He was openly contemptuous of her. He would roll his eyes when she arrived late. He would make sarcastic comments just loud enough for the crew to hear. He would treat her like a child throwing a tantrum instead of like a woman who was drowning. And Dean Martin was the co-star, playing her husband in the film. Dean was part of the Rat Pack, Frank Sinatra's crew, and he was actually kind to Marilyn. He defended her when others attacked her. He said he would only finish the film with her, that if Fox replaced her, he was walking. That loyalty meant something to Marilyn. In a world where everyone seemed to be against her, Dean Martin was one of the few who stood by her side. But even his support was not enough to save the production. By late May, Fox was panicking. They had spent $2 million and had only completed about 30% of the film. They were losing tens of thousands of dollars every day that Marilyn did not show up. The executives started having meetings about what to do. Should they shut down production? Should they replace her? Should they sue her for breach of contract? And then Marilyn asked for time off. She said she needed to go to New York for a weekend because she had a prior commitment. And that commitment? Singing Happy Birthday to President Kennedy at Madison Square Garden. Remember that performance we talked about? The dress, the breathy voice, the public spectacle of seduction. That happened right in the middle of this crisis. Marilyn was so desperate to be there, to be seen, to matter to someone important, that she left a film production that was already falling apart to fly across the country and sing for a man who was using her. Fox was furious. They told her she could not go. She went anyway. And while she was gone, while she was in New York wearing that flesh-coloured dress covered in rhinestones, the executives were in Los Angeles plotting her termination. But here is the thing, and this is important. When Marilyn actually showed up to set, When she was present and functioning, she was brilliant. There is footage from Something's Got to Give that survives, and in it, you can see flashes of the magic. You can see why she was a star. There is one scene, a pool scene, where she swims nude. The first time a major Hollywood star had done full nudity in a mainstream film, and it is beautiful, not exploitative, not vulgar, just beautiful. She looks like a goddess, like something otherworldly. The way the light hits the water, the way she moves, it is art. But those moments were becoming rarer and rarer. Most of the time she was not there. Not really. Her body would be on set, but her mind was somewhere else, somewhere dark and unreachable. On June 1st, 1962, Marilyn turned 36. It was her birthday, and instead of celebrating, instead of taking a day off to rest or to be with people who loved her, she went to work. She showed up to the set of Something's Got to Give and tried to be professional, tried to do her job. But by this point, it was too late. The studio had already made their decision. On June 8th, 1962, exactly 1 week after her birthday, 20th Century Fox fired Marilyn Monroe. They issued a statement saying that they were terminating her contract due to willful violation of her employment agreement. They blamed her for the failure of the production. They said she was unprofessional, unreliable, impossible to work with. They said she had cost them millions of dollars, and they sued her. They filed a lawsuit for $500,000, claiming damages for her breach of contract. Let that sink in for a moment. One of the biggest movie studios in Hollywood, a corporation with vast resources and power, sued a mentally ill woman for $500,000 because she could not hold it together long enough to finish their movie. They fired her publicly, humiliated her, blamed her for their own mismanagement and financial problems, and the press ate it up. The headlines were vicious. Marilyn Monroe, box office poison. Studio loses millions because of Monroe's antics. Is Marilyn mentally unstable? She was already barely hanging on, and they kicked her when she was down. They kicked her hard. Marilyn fought back the only way she knew how. She gave interviews. She talked to Life magazine, to Vogue, to Cosmopolitan. She tried to tell her side of the story. She said she was sick, that she had doctor's notes to prove it, that she had been doing her best under impossible circumstances. She talked about wanting to be taken seriously as an actress, about her struggles with the studio system, about how hard it was to live up to being Marilyn Monroe every single day. And you know what? People listened. The public, at least some of them, rallied around her. They saw a woman being scapegoated by a powerful corporation. They saw the double standard. Elizabeth Taylor's problems on Cleopatra were treated as the studio's fault, but Marilyn's problems on Something's Got to Give were treated as her fault. They saw that she was human, vulnerable, struggling, and they sympathized. Fox eventually backed down. Sort of. By late July, they agreed to rehire her. They would restart production in September. The lawsuit was dropped. Marilyn had won, in a way. She had survived the public humiliation. She had forced the studio to back down. She had proven that she still had power, that audiences still wanted to see her, that she was still Marilyn Monroe. But here is what nobody understood at the time. It was not a victory. It was a death sentence. Because the idea of going back to that set, of facing those people who hated her, of trying to perform while drowning in pills and anxiety and depression, it was unbearable. The thought of doing it all over again, of dragging herself through another production, of being late and forgetful and humiliated all over again. She could not. She just could not. And she knew it. In her heart, she knew that she was not going to make it to September. She knew that something was going to give, and it was not going to be the studio or the schedule or the expectations. It was going to be her. Do you know what it feels like to know you are falling apart, but to have everyone around you insist you are fine? To have people say, just pull yourself together, as if depression and addiction and trauma are things you can simply decide to overcome. To be blamed for symptoms of an illness nobody wants to acknowledge you have. That is what Marilyn was living through. That is the hell she was trapped in. Her makeup artist, Alan Whitey Snyder, said that during this period, it was becoming harder and harder to get Marilyn out of bed in the morning. Not because she was lazy, but because she was depressed. Severely, clinically depressed. She would lie there and say she could not do it, could not face another day, could not keep pretending, and he would have to coax her, encourage her, sometimes almost physically pull her out of bed, because she had work to do, because people were counting on her, because if she did not show up, she would be blamed. The cruelty of it is staggering. Here was a woman who needed psychiatric hospitalization, who needed intensive treatment for addiction, who needed rest and support and compassion. But instead, she got demands, she got lawsuits, she got headlines calling her crazy and unprofessional. She got people telling her to just try harder, to just show up, to just be Marilyn Monroe. But Marilyn Monroe was not a real person. Marilyn Monroe was a character that Norma Jean had created 3 decades ago to survive. And that character was exhausted. That performance was over. Norma Jean wanted out. She wanted to stop performing. She wanted to rest. She wanted to be allowed to fall apart without everyone getting angry at her for it. But she could not, because too many people needed Marilyn Monroe to keep going. The studio needed her. The crew needed their paychecks. The public needed their fantasy. Nobody cared what Norma Jean needed. Nobody even remembered that Norma Jean existed. And that is how you kill someone without ever laying a hand on them. You demand more than they can give. You blame them when they cannot give it. You tell them their pain is inconvenient, their struggles are unprofessional, their breakdown is a personal failing. You make them feel like their very existence is a burden, and eventually they start to believe you. They start to think that maybe everyone would be better off if they were just gone. I am not saying that is what happened. I'm not claiming to know what was in Marilyn's mind in those final months. But I am saying that the something's got to give disaster was not just about a troubled production. It was about a woman at the end of her rope, desperately trying to hold on, being blamed and punished for the crime of being human. And here is the most tragic part. After she died, Fox actually finished the film. They recast it with Doris Day and James Garner and called it Move Over, Darling. It came out in 1963 and was a hit. Not a masterpiece, just a successful little comedy that made money. Which proves something important. The film did not need Marilyn Monroe to succeed. But Marilyn Monroe needed something from that film. Maybe respect, maybe validation, maybe just the ability to prove she could still do it, and she did not get it. The studio got what they wanted in the end. They got their movie, their profits, their success. And Marilyn got nothing except blame and humiliation, and one more proof that she was not good enough, not strong enough, not able to meet the impossible standards everyone set for her. Take a moment. Breathe. Feel whatever you are feeling. Anger, maybe. Sadness. Frustration at a system that chewed up a vulnerable woman and spit her out. All of those feelings are valid. All of them are appropriate. Because what happened on the set of Something's Got to Give was not just a personal tragedy. It was a systemic failure. It was what happens when we value profit over people, when we treat human beings as commodities, when we refuse to see mental illness and addiction as the serious medical conditions they are. And it is still happening today. Right now, somewhere, someone is being blamed for symptoms of an illness they cannot control. Someone is being called unprofessional because they are having a breakdown. Someone is being pushed past their breaking point because the show must go on. So as we move toward the end of Marilyn's story, as we approach August 1962 and that final terrible night, remember this: she was trying. Right up until the end, she was trying. She was showing up to interviews, buying a house, making plans for the future. She was not someone who gave up. She was someone who kept trying until she literally could not anymore. And what comes next is going to be hard to hear. We're going to talk about the last day, the last hours, the pills, the death, the mystery. But before we go there, I want you to understand, Marilyn Monroe did not die because she was weak. She died because she was strong for too long. She died because she kept getting up every time she was knocked down, until finally there were no reserves left. She died because the world demanded everything from her and gave her nothing in return. Next, we're going to explore the internal war she was fighting, the battle between Norma Jean and Marilyn, the dissociation, the identity crisis, the fundamental question of who she actually was underneath all the performance. Because that struggle, that split, that fracture in her sense of self, it is key to understanding why the story ends the way it does. Stay with me, we're almost through. Just a little bit further, and then we will have told the whole story. The real story. Not the myth, not the conspiracy theories, but the human truth of a woman who tried her best in a world that was never going to let her win. We continue soon. Who are you when you have spent so long being someone else that you can no longer remember where the performance ends and the real you begins? That is not a rhetorical question. That is the actual psychological crisis that Marilyn Monroe lived with every single day for the last decade of her life. And it is a crisis that most of us, if we are honest, can understand on some level. Because we all perform. We all have a version of ourselves that we show to the world and a version that exists only in private. But for Marilyn, that gap between the public self and the private self was not just wide. It was a chasm, and she was falling into it. Let me tell you about a moment that perfectly captures this split. It is a story that has been told by multiple people who were there, so we can trust it is real. Marilyn was walking through New York City with a friend, a journalist or photographer, or someone from her inner circle. Accounts vary on who exactly it was, and she was completely incognito. Plain clothes, minimal makeup, sunglasses, hair covered, just another woman on the street, and nobody recognized her. They walked for blocks past hundreds of people, and not a single person turned to look, not one. And then Marilyn turned to her companion and said something like, "Do you want to see her?" And the friend was confused. "See who?" And Marilyn said, "Watch this." And right there, in the middle of the sidewalk surrounded by strangers, she did something. What exactly she did, nobody can quite articulate. She did not change her clothes or her makeup. She just changed. Some internal switch flipped. The way she held her body shifted. The energy around her transformed. And within seconds, people started recognizing her. They started pointing, whispering. A crowd began to form. That is Marilyn Monroe. Oh my God, it is her! Marilyn! And she stood there for a moment, letting them see her, being Marilyn Monroe for them. And then she switched it off again, pulled the scarf tighter, adjusted her sunglasses, became invisible once more. And the crowd dispersed, confused, wondering if they had imagined it. Think about what that means. Think about the level of dissociation required to be able to turn yourself on and off like a light switch. It means that Marilyn Monroe was not a person. It was a performance so well rehearsed, so deeply ingrained that she could summon it at will. But it also means that when she was not performing, when she was just being herself, she was invisible, forgettable, nobody. And which one was real? Was Marilyn Monroe the real person and Norma Jean the act? Or was Norma Jean the real person and Marilyn Monroe the mask she wore to survive? The truth is, by 1962, even she did not know anymore. There are accounts from people who knew her well, Lee Strasburg, Paula Strasburg, her close friends, that Marilyn would sometimes talk about herself in the third person. She would say things like, "Marilyn Monroe would do this," or "Everyone wants Marilyn Monroe, but nobody wants me," as if Marilyn Monroe was a separate entity, a character she played, someone who existed independent of her. And that is not just a figure of speech. That is a symptom of dissociative identity, of a fracture in the sense of self so profound that you start to experience yourself as multiple people. Do you know what causes that kind of split? Trauma, specifically childhood trauma. When a child experiences abuse, neglect, abandonment, when their reality is so painful that they cannot bear it, sometimes their psyche creates a protective mechanism. It splits. Part of them goes away, somewhere safe, somewhere the pain cannot reach, and another part stays present, goes through the motions, survives. That split usually happens before age 7, and guess what? Norma Jean was being passed from foster home to foster home, being told she was unwanted, being sexually abused, all before age 7. So when she created Marilyn Monroe at age 20, when she bleached her hair and changed her name and invented a whole new persona, she was not just rebranding for Hollywood. She was creating the ultimate dissociative identity. She was making the split permanent. Norma Jean was the wounded child who'd been hurt too many times. Marilyn Monroe was the invincible goddess who could handle anything. And for a while, that worked. It protected her. It allowed her to function in a world that would have crushed Norma Jean, but worshipped Marilyn Monroe. But here is the problem with dissociation. You cannot maintain it forever. Eventually, the split starts to cause more problems than it solves. Eventually, you lose track of which version of yourself is real. And when that happens, when you can no longer tell the difference between the mask and the face underneath, you start to feel like you are disappearing, like you do not actually exist, like you are nobody. Marilyn talked about this in interviews, though most people did not understand what she was saying. She would say things like, "I do not mind being burdened with being glamorous and sexual, but what goes with it can be a burden. I feel like I am all facade, that I am just a little imposter, a fraud." Listen to those words. I am all facade. Not, I feel like a facade. I am. She is saying that the person everyone sees is not real, that underneath the glamour there is nothing, or at least nothing that she can access anymore. In another interview she said, "Wanting to be someone else is a waste of the person you are," which is heartbreaking when you realize that she spent her entire adult life being someone else. She gave up Norma Jean to become Marilyn Monroe, and then she spent the rest of her life mourning the loss of herself. There is a concept in psychology called imposter syndrome, where successful people feel like frauds, like they do not deserve their success, like at any moment they will be exposed as fakes. But what Marilyn experienced was deeper than that. It was not just that she felt like an imposter, it was that she did not know who the real person was anymore. The imposter had taken over. Marilyn Monroe was the only version of herself that anyone wanted, and Norma Jean had been so thoroughly buried that even she could not find her anymore. Her acting coach, Lee Strasburg, inadvertently made this worse. Remember how method acting requires you to dig into your real emotions, your real memories, to create authentic performances. For someone with a fractured sense of self, that is dangerous, because when you do not have a stable core identity, when you're already dissociated, asking you to constantly access different emotional states, to become different people, to blur the line between yourself and your characters, that does not help you find yourself. It makes you lose yourself even more completely. There is a story about Marilyn filming a scene where she had to cry. Real, genuine tears. And Lee had trained her to access those tears by thinking about her childhood, about her mother leaving her, about all the abandonment and pain. So she did. She went there, emotionally. She cried real tears. The scene was beautiful, devastating. And when the director called cut, everyone applauded. They told her she was brilliant, and Marilyn just stood there, still crying, unable to stop, because she had opened that wound and she could not close it again. They had to take her back to her dressing room and wait for hours until she could pull herself together enough to continue working. That is what was happening to her constantly. She was being asked to perform emotions, to access trauma, to be vulnerable on command. But she did not have the psychological stability to do that safely. It was like asking someone with a broken leg to run a marathon. Sure, maybe they can do it through sheer willpower and pain tolerance, but the damage it causes is immense. And then there were the pills. Oh, the pills! We have talked about them before, but let us talk about what they were doing to her sense of self. Barbiturates, the sleeping pills she was taking, do not just make you sleep. They alter your consciousness. They create a kind of fog where you're not quite yourself, not quite present. And when you take them every single night for years, when your brain is constantly bathed in those chemicals, it changes you. It makes it even harder to know who you are, what is real, what you actually feel versus what the drugs make you feel. Have you ever been on medication that changed your personality? Maybe antidepressants or anti-anxiety medication, and maybe they helped. But maybe they also made you feel like you were not quite yourself, like you were watching yourself from a distance. That is what Marilyn was experiencing, except magnified by the fact that she was taking doses that would have killed most people, and combining them with amphetamines and alcohol and who knows what else. Her brain chemistry was completely disrupted. And when your brain chemistry is disrupted, your sense of self goes with it. There was one time, reportedly in 1961, when she was admitted briefly to a psychiatric facility, the Payne Whitney Psychiatric Clinic in New York. Her psychiatrist, Dr. Marianne Criss, had recommended it, thinking Marilyn needed a rest, needed to get away from the stress. But what Dr. Criss did not realize was that the facility she chose was for severely mentally ill patients, people with psychosis, with schizophrenia, with conditions that required locked wards and padded cells. And they put Marilyn in one of those rooms. They locked the door. They took away her clothes and gave her a hospital gown. They treated her like she was dangerously insane. And Marilyn, who was depressed and addicted and traumatized but not psychotic, was trapped. She wrote about this later, saying she felt like she was in a prison for a crime she had not committed. She said she looked through the window in the door and saw patients screaming, banging their heads against walls, completely out of touch with reality. And she thought, is that what people think I am? Is that who I am becoming? She was only there for 3 days before Joe DiMaggio, yes, her ex-husband, the one she had divorced 7 years earlier, came and demanded they release her. He threatened, cajoled, pulled strings until they let her go. and she was so grateful. Even though their marriage had been a disaster, even though he had hurt her, in that moment, he was the only person who fought for her. The only person who said, "She does not belong here." But that experience, those 3 days in that place, they did something to her sense of self. They confirmed her worst fear, that she was actually crazy, that the person she thought she was, that Norma Jean or Marilyn or whoever she was trying to be, it was all broken, irreparably broken. And here is the cruelest irony. Marilyn Monroe was not psychotic. She was not schizophrenic like her mother. She was depressed, yes. She had substance abuse issues, yes. She probably had complex PTSD from her childhood trauma, yes. But she was not insane. She was not out of touch with reality. In fact, she might have been more in touch with reality than most people. She understood exactly what was happening to her. She knew she was falling apart. She knew the pills were destroying her. She knew the persona of Marilyn Monroe was suffocating Norma Jean. She knew all of it, and nobody was helping her. Because here is what people do not understand about mental illness. Awareness does not equal control. You can know exactly what is wrong with you and still not be able to fix it. You can understand all the reasons you are depressed and still not be able to stop being depressed. You can recognize that you are addicted to pills and still not be able to stop taking them. Knowledge is not the same as power, and Marilyn had all the knowledge and none of the power. She would sometimes talk to friends about feeling like she was disappearing, like she was fading away, like the real her, whoever that was getting smaller and smaller while Marilyn Monroe, the image, the idea, the icon, was getting bigger and bigger until it blotted out everything else. Until there was nothing left but the performance. There is a photograph from 1962, one of the last photo shoots she ever did. It was taken by Bert Stern for Vogue, and it is called The Last Sitting. In some of the images she looks like herself, or rather like Marilyn Monroe, glamorous, sexy, confident. But in others, in the ones where she's less made up, where the mask has slipped a little, she looks lost. Her eyes are not seductive. They are empty, or maybe not empty, maybe full of something too painful to name. She looks like someone who is already gone, who is just going through the motions until it is finally over. And maybe that is what she was doing. Maybe by that point she knew. She knew she was not going to make it. She knew that the split between Norma Jean and Marilyn Monroe had become unbridgeable. She knew that she had spent so many years being someone else that she had forgotten how to be herself. And when you lose yourself that completely, when you can no longer find your way back to who you really are, what is there to hold on to? What is there to fight for? This is the existential crisis at the heart of Marilyn Monroe's story. It is not just about fame or beauty or tragedy. It is about identity. It is about what happens when you build your entire life around a performance and then realize that you have become the performance, that there is no you anymore. Just the role, just the mask, just the image that everyone else has of you. And the question that haunts me, and maybe it will haunt you too, is this. Was there a moment when she could have stopped? Was there a point where she could have said, I am going back to being Norma Jean. I am going to let go of Marilyn Monroe. I am going to find out who I actually am underneath all of this. Could she have done that? And if she had, would it have saved her? I do not know. Maybe it was already too late. Maybe once you go that far into dissociation, once you lose yourself that completely, there is no coming back. Or maybe she could have been saved if someone had actually tried, if someone had said, forget about Marilyn Monroe, forget about the movies and the image and all of it. Let us just focus on you, Norma Jean, the human being. Let us figure out who she is and what she needs. But nobody said that. Everyone needed Marilyn Monroe too much. So she kept performing, kept pretending, kept being the person everyone wanted her to be, even though it was killing her. Because what was the alternative? To admit that she had wasted her entire life becoming someone she was not? To face the fact that Norma Jean had been sacrificed for nothing? That was too painful. Better to keep going. Better to take more pills, do more takes, smile for more cameras. Better to be Marilyn Monroe until there was nothing left. Breathe. I know this is heavy. I know we're in the deep, dark waters now. But we need to be here. We need to understand this part. Because when we get to the end, when we talk about how she died, we need to remember that it was not just about pills or loneliness or one bad night. It was about a lifetime of losing herself piece by piece until there was nothing left to save. And maybe you have felt something like this. Maybe not to this extreme, but maybe you have felt yourself disappearing into a role you play. The good employee, the perfect parent, the supportive friend, whoever you are supposed to be. And maybe you have wondered, if I stopped performing, if I stopped being what everyone needs me to be, would anyone still want me? Would I even know who I am? If you have felt that, even for a moment, then you understand Marilyn. You understand the terror of losing yourself. You understand why she could not just get better, or try harder, or pull herself together. Because when you do not know who yourself is anymore, what exactly are you supposed to pull together? All right, we're getting close to the end now. Just 3 more parts. Next, we're going to talk about the final days. Not the death itself. Not yet. But the days and weeks leading up to it. The phone calls, the plans she was making, the way she was still trying to build a future even as everything was falling apart. Because that is important to understand too. She was not someone who gave up. She was someone who fought until she could not fight anymore. Stay close. We are almost through the darkness. And after we finish this story, after we lay it all out and understand it completely, maybe we can find some light. Maybe we can understand what her life meant, what her death taught us, what we owe her memory. But first, we have to finish walking through the pain. We go on in just a moment. The thing about last days is that they look like any other day. That is what makes them so heartbreaking. There is no dramatic music, no ominous clouds, no sense that this is it. This is the end. You wake up. You go through your routine, you make plans for tomorrow, and then tomorrow never comes. Saturday, August 4th, 1962, started like any other summer day in Los Angeles. The sun was bright, the temperature was comfortable. Marilyn Monroe woke up in her small Spanish-style house at 12305 5th Helena Drive in Brentwood. It was the first house she had ever owned by herself, not a rental. Not a place she shared with her husband, but hers. She had bought it just a few months earlier for $75,000. She was still decorating it, still figuring out where things should go, still trying to make it feel like home. She had plans. She was going to paint the walls. She was going to plant flowers in the garden. She was going to build a life here. That is important to remember. On her last day, Marilyn Monroe was making plans. She was not someone who had given up. She was not someone who had decided this was the end. Or at least if she had not told anyone. She was still trying. Let me walk you through that day, as much as we can know it. Because understanding the timeline, understanding who she talked to and what she said, that matters. It helps us see that this was not inevitable. It was not predestined. It was a series of moments, a series of choices, a series of small tragedies that added up to one final, irreversible tragedy. The morning started quietly. Her housekeeper, Eunice Murray, was there. Eunice had been staying with Marilyn for a while, helping her manage the house, keeping an eye on her. Some people thought Eunice was really there to report back to Dr. Greenson, Marilyn's psychiatrist. Whether that is true or not, Eunice was there on August 4th, and according to her account, Marilyn seemed fine. Not great, but not terrible. Just existing. Around 10 a.m., Marilyn had a visit from her publicist, Pat Newcomb. Pat had been Marilyn's friend and representative for years. They talked, spent time together. According to some accounts, Marilyn was annoyed that Pat had slept well the night before, because Marilyn had not slept well. Marilyn had not slept well in months, maybe years. And there was something about Pat mentioning her good night's sleep that irritated Marilyn. A small thing, but when you are that exhausted, that fragile small things become enormous. Pat left around noon or early afternoon. Before she left, Marilyn told her to come back later in the week. They had plans. They were going to do something together. I cannot remember what, and maybe it does not matter. What matters is, she was making plans. She expected to still be here. In the afternoon, Marilyn had a phone call with photographer Lawrence Schiller. They were discussing a possible project for Playboy magazine. There were nude photos that had been taken of Marilyn on the set of Something's Got to Give. Photos taken during that pool scene we talked about earlier. Schiller wanted to know if Marilyn would approve their publication. It was a business call, practical, mundane. And Marilyn was engaged, asking questions, negotiating. Again, she was thinking about the future, about work, about what came next. Around 4:30 p.m., Dr. Ralph Greenson arrived. Dr. Greenson had been Marilyn's psychiatrist since 1960. He saw her multiple times a week, sometimes daily. He had become more than just her doctor. He was a confidant, a father figure, someone she depended on completely, maybe too completely. There is a fine line between a therapeutic relationship and an enmeshed one, and Dr. Greenson had probably crossed it. But he cared about Marilyn. I think that is true. He genuinely wanted to help her. They had a session that afternoon. It lasted about 2.5 hours. That is longer than a typical therapy session. Much longer. What did they talk about? We will never know exactly. Therapy is confidential. Even after death, even after all these years, we do not have access to those notes. But we know from Dr. Greenson's later statements that Marilyn was depressed. She was anxious. She was talking about feeling worthless, feeling like a failure. She was struggling. But here is what is important. Dr. Greenson did not think she was in immediate danger. When he left around 7 p.m., he thought she would be okay. He told Eunice Murray to stay the night, to keep an eye on her, but he went home to his own family. He did not hospitalize her. He did not stay with her. He did not call for additional support. In his professional judgment, she was stable enough to be left alone with just the housekeeper nearby. Was that the right call? Could he have known? Should he have known? These are questions that people have been asking for 60 years, and I do not think there are good answers. Sometimes people who are suicidal give clear signs. Sometimes they do not. Sometimes they are crying for help. Sometimes they are very, very good at hiding how bad things really are. After Dr. Greenson left, Marilyn had dinner. Or rather, she was supposed to have dinner. Eunice says she prepared some food, but Marilyn did not eat much. She was not hungry, or maybe she was too anxious to eat, or maybe the pills in her system had killed her appetite. We do not know. Around 7:30 p.m., she got a phone call from Joe DiMaggio Jr. Yes, her ex-stepson. Joe DiMaggio's son from his first marriage. And here is something beautiful. Even though Marilyn's marriage to Joe had ended badly, even though they had been divorced for 8 years, she had stayed close to Joe's kids. She had continued to be a presence in their lives. She cared about them, and they cared about her. Joe Jr. called to tell her some good news. He had just broken up with a girlfriend that his father did not approve of, and Joe DiMaggio Sr., his father, Marilyn's ex-husband, was happy about it. And Joe Jr. wanted to share that with Marilyn. He wanted her to know that maybe, just maybe, his father was in a better mood now. Maybe things could be better. And Marilyn was happy for him. According to Joe Jr., she sounded good on the phone. Not great, but good. Stable. They talked for a while. She told him she was proud of him. She told him to take care of himself. And then they said goodbye. It was a normal conversation. A sweet conversation. The kind of conversation you have when you expect to talk again soon. That was probably the last time Marilyn spoke to someone who genuinely loved her without wanting anything from her. Think about that. Her last real connection, her last moment of feeling like she mattered to someone, was with her ex-stepson. Not a lover, not a current family member, but this young man who still saw her as part of his family even though legally, technically, she was not. After that call, around 8 p.m., Marilyn apparently went to her bedroom. Eunice Murray says that Marilyn said goodnight, closed her bedroom door, and that was the last time Eunice saw her alive. Just a normal good night. I am going to bed now. See you in the morning. Nothing dramatic, nothing alarming. But here is where the timeline gets fuzzy. Here is where the official story starts to have holes. Eunice Murray said she saw the light under Marilyn's bedroom door around midnight and got worried because Marilyn usually turned off her light when she went to sleep. She said she tried calling out to Marilyn, tried knocking, got no response. She called Dr. Greenson. He drove over, which would have taken about 20 minutes from his house. He could not get into the bedroom because the door was locked. So he went outside, looked through the window, broke the glass, and saw Marilyn lying on her bed, face down with a phone in her hand. He knew immediately. He called Marilyn's physician, Dr. Hyman Engelberg, and then, supposedly, they called the police around 4:25 a.m. But that timeline does not quite add up, does it? If Eunice noticed something wrong at midnight, and the police were not called until 4:25 a.m., what happened during those 4.5 hours? Why the delay? Various theories exist. Maybe they were trying to figure out what to do. Maybe they were making calls to important people, Fox executives perhaps, or people connected to the Kennedys, trying to manage the situation before it became public. Maybe they were looking for something, that red diary everyone talked about, the one that supposedly contained details about her affairs with powerful men. We do not know. The official investigation was brief, perfunctory. The conclusion was probable suicide caused by an overdose of barbiturates. The toxicology report showed high levels of nembutal and chloral hydrate in her system. Fatal levels. Levels that would have killed her relatively quickly. But there were inconsistencies. No water glass in the room. How did she swallow all those pills? No pill residue in her stomach. The position of her body seemed staged to some people, and the timeline, that strange gap of hours, has never been adequately explained. Does that mean she was murdered? Does that mean there was a cover-up? I am not going to go down that road. There are dozens of conspiracy theories, and most of them are just that. Theories without solid evidence. What I want to focus on instead is this. Whether it was suicide or accident or something else, Marilyn Monroe died alone. She died in her bedroom, behind a locked door, with nobody holding her hand. She died at 36 years old, at the height of her fame, in a house she'd just bought because she was trying to build a future. And here is what breaks my heart about that last day. She was trying. All day long she was trying. She took a business call. She had a therapy session. She talked to people. She made plans. She did not wake up that morning thinking, "Today is the day I die." I do not believe that. I think she woke up thinking, "Today is another day to get through, and maybe tomorrow will be better." But somewhere between 8 p.m. when she went to her room and midnight when Eunice noticed something was wrong, something happened. Maybe she took her regular dose of sleeping pills and they did not work, so she took more and more and more. Maybe she was not trying to die. Maybe she was just trying to sleep, desperately trying to quiet her mind, desperately trying to find some peace, and she misjudged. She took too many, and by the time she realized it, it was too late. Or maybe she knew exactly what she was doing. Maybe in that moment, in that dark room, the pain was so overwhelming that death seemed like relief. Maybe she thought about all the people who had left her, all the ways she had failed, all the children she would never have, all the love she would never receive. Maybe she thought about going back to that film set in September, going back to being Marilyn Monroe when she could barely remember who Norma Jean was. Maybe she thought about another 30 or 40 years of this, of performing and taking pills and being used and being alone, and maybe she decided that she could not, that she would not, that it was time to stop. I do not know. Nobody knows. And in some ways, it does not matter, because either way, accident or intention, the result is the same. A young woman who had everything the world said should make you happy: fame, beauty, wealth, adoration, was so miserable that she ended up dead. What does that tell us? What should that tell us? It tells us that external validation is not enough. It tells us that being desired is not the same as being loved. It tells us that fame cannot fill the holes left by childhood trauma. It tells us that mental illness and addiction are serious, medical conditions that require serious medical intervention. It tells us that we need to look beyond the performance, beyond the image, beyond what people show us and ask, "Are you okay? Really okay?" And then actually listen to the answer. Marilyn Monroe spent her last day doing what she had done for decades, trying to be okay, trying to hold it together, trying to make it through to tomorrow. And this time, she did not make it. Not because she was weak, not because she was dramatic, not because she wanted attention, but because the weight she was carrying was too heavy, and there was nobody there to help her carry it. The police were called at 4:25 a.m. on August 5th. They arrived to find Marilyn Monroe dead in her bed, face down, naked except for a sheet with one hand clutching a telephone. Who was she trying to call? Was she reaching out for help at the last moment? Or was the phone just something she was holding when she lost consciousness? We will never know. The news broke that morning. Marilyn Monroe found dead. The world stopped. People could not believe it. How could Marilyn Monroe be dead? She was supposed to be invincible. She was supposed to be forever young, forever beautiful, forever Marilyn. But she was not. She was human, and humans break. Take a deep breath. This is hard. I know. We've been walking through this story together for hours now, and we have finally reached the end, or almost the end. There is still one more part to go, because we need to talk about what happened after. The funeral, the legacy, the way the world remembered her, or misremembered her, the way she became even more mythologized in death than she was in life, the way her image was bought and sold and commodified, the way people have used her story, twisted her story, tried to own her story. But before we get there, Just sit with this. Marilyn Monroe's last day was an ordinary day. She was trying to live. She was making plans. She was hoping tomorrow might be better, and then there was no tomorrow. And maybe that is the real tragedy, not the conspiracy theories or the mystery or the glamorous sadness of it all. The real tragedy is that she was just a person who needed help, and the help she got was not enough. The real tragedy is that we lost her not because she was destined to die young, but because we as a society failed to protect her. We failed to see her. We failed to help her. We consumed her until there was nothing left to consume. In our final part, we're going to talk about what remains, what she left behind, what we owe her, how we should remember her. But right now, in this moment, just honor the fact that a human being died. A complicated, brilliant, wounded, hopeful human being who tried her best, and whose best was not enough to save her from a world that was too cruel. We finish soon. Stay with me. We're almost through. And after we've walked all the way to the end, after we've understood the whole story, maybe we can find meaning in it. Maybe we can find a way to make sure her death was not for nothing. Just a little bit further now. Death should have been the end of the story. But for Marilyn Monroe, death was just the beginning of a different kind of exploitation. In life, she was used by studios, by directors, by powerful men who saw her as an object to possess. In death, she became something even more valuable, a commodity that could never say no, never age, never disappoint. She became the ultimate product, frozen forever at 36, forever beautiful, forever tragic, forever Marilyn. But before she became a commodity, before the merchandising and the conspiracy theories and the endless documentaries, there was a funeral. And the funeral tells you everything you need to know about who actually cared about Marilyn Monroe the person versus who cared about Marilyn Monroe the brand. Joe DiMaggio arranged the funeral, not the studios, not Hollywood, not any of the powerful men who had claimed to love her. Joe, the ex-husband she had divorced 8 years earlier, the man whose jealousy had helped destroy their marriage, but also the man who, despite everything, never stopped loving her, or at least never stopped caring enough to show up when it mattered. The funeral was held on August 8, 1962, at Westwood Village Memorial Park Cemetery. Joe made it very clear this was going to be small, private. Only people who actually knew Marilyn, who actually cared about her as a person, were invited. No press, no cameras, no Hollywood spectacle. Lee Strasburg gave the eulogy, which was fitting given how much Marilyn had looked up to him. But notably absent were the people you might expect to be there. The Kennedys did not come. Of course they did not. They could not be publicly associated with her death. It would have been too scandalous, too risky. So they stayed away. And Frank Sinatra and his Rat Pack friends, also absent. The studio executives? They sent flowers, but they did not come. All these people who had used her, who had profited from her, who had claimed to care, when it came time to actually show up, to actually honour her, they were nowhere to be found. But you know who was there? Alan Whitey Snyder, her makeup artist. The man who had to coax her out of bed on those dark mornings. He did her makeup one last time. Years earlier, Marilyn had made him promise that if she died before him, he would do her makeup for her funeral. And he kept that promise. He made her look beautiful one final time, not for the cameras, not for the public, but for herself, or for whatever self remained. Only about 30 people attended the funeral. 30. For one of the most famous women in the world. That tells you something, does it not? It tells you how small her real world was, how few genuine connections she had, how isolated she had become. Joe stood by the casket and said, I love you, I love you, I love you, over and over. And maybe he did. Or maybe he loved the idea of her. Or maybe he loved who she could have been if she had just given up her career and been his wife. We will never know, but he showed up. And for 20 years after her death, he had roses delivered to her crypt 3 times a week. Red roses, half a dozen, every time, for 20 years. That is over 3,000 deliveries. That is commitment, whether it was love or guilt or some complicated mixture of both. Joe never remarried. He lived until 1999, 37 years after Marilyn died, and in all that time, he never had another serious relationship. He never spoke publicly about Marilyn, except to say that he did not want to discuss her. He kept her memory private, and when he died, his last words were reportedly, "I will finally get to see Marilyn again." Is that romantic? Or is it tragic? Or is it both? I cannot decide. Because on one hand, that kind of devotion is moving, but on the other hand, it means he spent 37 years unable to move on, unable to let go, unable to build a new life. And maybe that is not love. Maybe that is just another kind of possession. Maybe he could not let go of Marilyn Monroe, the myth, any more than anyone else could. After the funeral, after Marilyn was laid to rest in that crypt at Westwood Cemetery, the world started to process what had happened. And the processing quickly turned into mythology. The conspiracy theories started almost immediately. Did the Kennedys have her killed? Did the mob do it? Did the CIA? Did she know too many secrets? Was she going to expose powerful people? And look, I understand the appeal of conspiracy theories. I do. It is easier to believe that Marilyn was murdered by shadowy forces than to accept the simple, sad truth. She was a mentally ill woman who overdosed on pills. Because if she was murdered, that makes her death meaningful in a way. It turns her into a martyr, a victim of powerful men, someone whose death meant something. But if she just overdosed, if it was suicide or an accident, then her death is just sad, just wasteful, just the predictable end of a life that was drowning in pain. But here is what the conspiracy theories do. They take away her agency. They turn her, even in death, into an object that things happen to. They refuse to let her be a person who made choices, even tragic ones. They refuse to acknowledge that maybe, just maybe, the explanation is not complicated. Maybe she took too many pills because she was addicted and in pain. Maybe she died because the help she needed did not exist in 1962. Maybe there is no grand conspiracy, just a tragic failure of the people and systems around her. And while people were debating how she died, something else was happening. Something that would have horrified Marilyn if she'd been alive to see it. Her image, her body, her identity, all of it was being bought and sold. Remember Lee Strasburg, the acting teacher she loved like a father, the one who gave the eulogy at her funeral? Well, Marilyn had left the bulk of her estate to him. Not to Joe, not to her family, but to Lee. Because she trusted him. Because she thought he saw her as a person, not just a product. And when Lee died in 1982, his widow Anna Strasburg inherited everything. And Anna? She turned Marilyn Monroe into a business empire. In 1999, Anna sold Marilyn's personal belongings at auction. The dresses, the jewellery, the intimate possessions that Marilyn had owned and touched and worn. All of it went up for sale. That Jean Louis dress from the Happy Birthday, Mr. President performance, it sold for over $1.2 million. A single dress. Other items went for hundreds of thousands of dollars. The total auction brought in over $13 million. Think about that for a moment. The woman who died with barely any real friends, The woman whose funeral was attended by only 30 people, that woman's underwear was being sold to rich collectors for obscene amounts of money. Her most intimate possessions, the things she touched in her most private moments, were being commodified and auctioned off like she was a historical artifact instead of a human being who died only 37 years earlier. And it did not stop there. Anna Strasburg, along with various rights holders, licensed Marilyn's image for everything you can imagine. Posters, t-shirts, dolls, coffee mugs, calendars. You can buy Marilyn Monroe shower curtains. You can buy Marilyn Monroe playing cards. You can buy Marilyn Monroe breath mints. Breath mints. Let that sink in. In 2010, even though Marilyn had been dead for 48 years, she was still earning millions. Forbes magazine ranked her as one of the top-earning dead celebrities, bringing in an estimated $27 million that year. And who got that money? Not her family. Not a charity she would have cared about. The rights holders. The business people. The same kind of people who used her in life were now profiting from her in death. Does that bother you? It should. Because this is what we do to women. Especially beautiful women, especially women who die young and tragic. We turn them into symbols. We strip away their humanity and their complexity and their flaws, and we freeze them in time as this perfect, tragic thing. And then we sell that thing over and over and over again. And Marilyn is not the only one. Think about Princess Diana. Think about Amy Winehouse. Think about every young woman who died and then had her image plastered on memorial t-shirts and coffee table books and tribute albums. We consume them in death the same way we consume them in life. Maybe even more aggressively, because dead celebrities cannot complain. They cannot say no. They cannot control their own narrative. But you know what? Marilyn also left something that cannot be commodified. She left her films. And whatever you think about her life, whatever theories you have about her death, you cannot deny that her performances are real. They exist. They are art. When you watch her in Some Like It Hot, or Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, or The 7-Year Itch, you are seeing genuine talent. You are seeing a woman who understood comedy, who understood timing, who understood how to be both funny and vulnerable at the same time. Critics have gone back and reassessed her work, and you know what they found? She was actually a really good actress. Not just a sex symbol who got lucky, but someone with genuine skill. Her comedy is still sharp. Her dramatic work, especially in films like Bus Stop and The Misfits, is heartbreaking. She was not just playing herself, she was creating characters. She was doing the work, and that matters. That is the legacy she would have wanted, not the conspiracy theories, not the merchandise, not the endless speculation about her love life. She wanted to be taken seriously as an artist, and now, decades later, finally some people are starting to give her that. But here is the complicated part. We cannot separate Marilyn the artist from Marilyn the tragedy. We cannot watch her films without knowing how the story ends. We cannot see her smile without thinking about her pain. Every time she laughs on screen we think, but she was so sad. Every time she plays a character who finds love we think, but she never did. Her death has become part of her performance, retroactively colouring everything she ever did. Is that fair? No, but it is reality. Marilyn Monroe, the person, died in 1962. But Marilyn Monroe, the icon, the myth, the symbol, she has been dying over and over again in our collective imagination for more than 60 years. Every time someone makes a movie about her, every time someone writes a book, every time someone puts her face on a product, we are participating in her death. We are consuming her tragedy. We are turning her pain into entertainment. And maybe that is what she was always afraid of. that even in death she would not be free, that even in death she would still be Marilyn Monroe, still be the performance, still be the thing that people wanted to possess, that Norma Jean would never get to rest, that the little girl who just wanted to be loved would be forever trapped in the image of the woman who was desired but never truly known. There is a quote attributed to Marilyn, though like many quotes we cannot be entirely sure she said it, but it goes, "If I am a star, the people made me a star. No studio, no person, but the people did." And there is truth in that. We made Marilyn Monroe. We created the demand for her. We bought the tickets. We bought the magazines. We consumed everything she gave us, and then demanded more. And when there was nothing left to give, when she finally broke under the weight of being what we wanted her to be, we were shocked. How could she leave us? How could she take Marilyn Monroe away? But she did not take Marilyn Monroe away. Marilyn Monroe was never real. Marilyn Monroe was a construct, a performance, a beautiful lie that we all agreed to believe. What died on August 5th, 1962, was Norma Jean Mortensen Baker, a real person, a wounded, complicated, brilliant, flawed human being, and we never really knew her. We never really wanted to. We wanted the performance. And we got it, right up until the very end. So what do we owe her now? What does her death demand from us? I think it demands that we see her, really see her, not as a symbol or an icon or a cautionary tale, but as a human being who did her best in impossible circumstances. I think it demands that we acknowledge our role in her tragedy, that we as a culture, as an audience, as consumers of celebrity, we are complicit. We create the demand that destroys people. We worship them, and then we tear them down. We demand perfection, and then we are fascinated by their breakdown. And it is still happening. Right now, today, there are young women being chewed up by the entertainment industry, by social media, by a culture that values beauty and fame above humanity and health. And when they break, when they spiral, when they end up in rehab or worse, we act surprised. We write think pieces. We say, "What a tragedy." And then we keep doing the same thing to the next person. Marilyn Monroe died over 60 years ago, and we have learned nothing. We are still creating Marilyns. We are still building people up just to watch them fall. We are still consuming tragedy like it is entertainment, and maybe the only way to honor her, the only way to make her death mean something is to stop, to see celebrities as people, to value their humanity over their image, to let them be flawed and complicated and private without turning it into content. But will we? I do not know. I hope so. But I'm not optimistic. What I do know is this. Marilyn Monroe deserved better, in life and in death. She deserved to be loved without conditions. She deserved to be seen as a whole person. She deserved to get the help she needed. She deserved to live past 36. And the fact that she did not, the fact that her story ended the way it did, that should haunt us, not as gossip, not as mystery, but as a failure. A collective failure to protect someone vulnerable from a system designed to exploit. Take a breath. We are almost done now. Just one more part, one more chapter to close this story. And in that final part, we are going to talk about what remains. Not just the image, not just the merchandise, not just the conspiracy theories, but the human truth beneath it all. What her life teaches us, what her death teaches us, how we should remember her, and how we can do better. Because if we tell her story and learn nothing, if we consume her tragedy one more time and then move on without changing anything, then we have failed her all over again. And she has been failed as stuff. One more part. Stay with me. We end this together. with respect, with understanding, with the acknowledgement that Marilyn Monroe was not a mystery to be solved or a myth to be worshipped. She was a person, just a person, who wanted what we all want, to be loved, to be seen, to matter. And she never quite got it. And that is the real tragedy. We finish in just a moment. We have walked a long road together tonight, from that charity ward in Los Angeles in 1926 to a locked bedroom in Brentwood in 1962, from Norma Jean to Marilyn Monroe, from an unwanted child to the most desired woman in the world, from hope to heartbreak, from light to darkness. And now, finally, we arrive at the question that matters most. What does it all mean? What do we take from Marilyn Monroe's story? What lessons can we learn from a life that burned so bright and ended so soon? How do we honor her memory without exploiting it? How do we see her as she really was instead of as we want her to be? These are not easy questions, but after spending all this time with her story, after walking through every chapter of her life, I think we can start to find some answers. Let us start here. Marilyn Monroe matters because she was human, not because she was beautiful, though she was, not because she was tragic, though she was, but because in her struggle to be seen, to be loved, to find meaning in a world that only wanted her image, she revealed something universal about the human condition. She showed us what happens when external validation becomes a substitute for internal worth. She showed us what happens when you spend so long performing that you forget who you are underneath the performance. She showed us what happens when childhood wounds are never healed, just covered up with fame and beauty and success. And here is the uncomfortable truth. We all have a little bit of Marilyn in us. Maybe not to the same extreme, maybe not in the same way, but we all know what it feels like to perform. We all know what it feels like to show the world a version of ourselves that is not quite real, because we are afraid the real version will not be enough. We all know what it feels like to seek validation from others, because we cannot give it to ourselves. We all know what it feels like to be lonely even when we are surrounded by people. Marilyn's story is not just about Hollywood or fame or the 1950s, it is about being human. It is about the things we all struggle with: identity, belonging, love, purpose, the need to matter. And that is why, more than 60 years after her death, we're still talking about her. Not because of the conspiracy theories or the scandals or the iconic images, though those are part of it, but because her pain is recognizable. Her longing is universal. Her tragedy feels, on some level, like it could have been any of us. But here is what else her story teaches us. We cannot love people conditionally and expect them to thrive. Joe DiMaggio wanted to love her, but only if she gave up her career. Arthur Miller wanted to love her, but only if she could be fixed. The Kennedys wanted to use her, but only in private, never publicly. Hollywood wanted to profit from her, but only as long as she could show up and perform. Everyone had conditions, everyone had expectations, and when she could not meet those conditions, when she could not be what everyone needed her to be, they withdrew their support. They blamed her. They called her difficult, unprofessional, unstable, and that is not love. That is transaction. Love, real love, means seeing someone's brokenness and staying anyway. It means supporting them through their struggles, not abandoning them when they become inconvenient. It means valuing their humanity more than their usefulness. And Marilyn never got that. Not consistently. Not from anyone who had the power to actually help her. So what do we owe her now? We owe her the truth. We owe her the acknowledgement that she was failed. By her mother, by the foster system, by her husbands, by Hollywood, by the mental health system of her time, by all of us who continue to consume her image without honoring her humanity. We owe her the recognition that she was more than a sex symbol, or a tragic figure, or a conspiracy theory. She was a person, a complicated, brilliant, wounded, hopeful person who tried her absolute best, and whose best was not enough to save her from a world that demanded too much. And we owe her a different future, not for her, she is gone, but for the people who come after her, the young women who are being built up by the entertainment industry right now, who are being told they are special and beautiful and talented, who are being fed into the same machine that destroyed Marilyn. We owe them protection. We owe them systems that value mental health. We owe them a culture that sees them as people, not products. We owe them the chance to be flawed and complicated and human without being destroyed for it. Because Marilyn's death should have been a wake-up call. It should have forced Hollywood, forced America, forced all of us to look at how we treat famous people, especially famous women. It should have started a conversation about mental health, about addiction, about the cost of fame. And to some degree it did. Her death was one of the factors that led to increased awareness about prescription drug abuse. It contributed to conversations about the pressure on women to be perfect. It made people think, at least for a moment, about what we demand from celebrities. But then we forgot, or we learned the wrong lessons. We turned her death into entertainment. The conspiracy theories, the documentaries, the films that claimed to tell her real story, but really just used her tragedy to make money. We kept doing to her in death what we did to her in life. We consumed her without seeing her. And that brings us to now, to this moment, to you, listening to this story. What are you going to do with it? Are you going to consume this as just another piece of content, another sad story about a dead celebrity? Or are you going to let it change something? Are you going to think differently about fame, about mental health, about the way we treat vulnerable people? Are you going to recognize the Marilyns in your own life, the people who are struggling behind a perfect facade, and actually reach out, actually offer help, actually see them? Because that is how we honor her. Not by buying merchandise with her face on it, not by speculating about conspiracy theories, not by reducing her to a symbol or an icon. We honor her by seeing people, really seeing them, by asking how they are and actually listening to the answer, by offering support without conditions, by valuing humanity over image, by building a world where the next Marilyn Monroe does not have to die at 36. Let me tell you about something that happened after Marilyn died. Her acting teacher, Lee Strasburg, said something in his eulogy that I think about a lot. He said, "In her own lifetime, she created a myth of what a poor girl from a deprived background could attain. For the entire world, she became a symbol of the eternal feminine." And on one level, that is true. Marilyn did rise from nothing to become one of the most famous women in history. She did create something extraordinary from a childhood that should have destroyed her. She did prove that you can reinvent yourself, that you can become more than what you were born to be. But here is what bothers me about that statement. It turns her into a symbol again. It makes her life into a myth instead of a human experience. And maybe that is unavoidable. Maybe once you reach a certain level of fame, you cannot help but become a symbol. But I wish we could hold both truths at once. I wish we could acknowledge that yes, Marilyn Monroe, the icon, is important and inspiring and culturally significant. But also, Norma Jean the person was struggling and suffering and needed help she never got. Both things are true. Both things matter. There is a quote that Marilyn actually did say. We have it on record from multiple interviews, and it goes like this. "I do not mind living in a man's world as long as I can be a woman in it." Think about that for a moment. She understood the game she was playing. She understood that she was operating in a world controlled by men. that the rules were made by men, that her success depended on pleasing men. But she still wanted to maintain some sense of her own femininity, her own identity, her own power within that system. She was not naive. She was not just a dumb blonde who stumbled into fame. She was strategic. She was smart. She understood exactly what was happening, and she played the game as best as she could until the game destroyed her. And maybe that is the real lesson of Marilyn Monroe. You cannot win a rigged game. No matter how beautiful you are, no matter how talented, no matter how hard you try, if the system is designed to exploit you, it will eventually break you. The only way to win is to change the system, and Marilyn could not do that. She was one person against an entire industry, an entire culture, an entire way of thinking about women and fame and value. She never had a chance. But maybe we do. Maybe collectively, if we learn from her story, if we refuse to participate in the exploitation, if we demand better, maybe we can change things. Maybe the next generation of actresses will not have to choose between being respected and being desired. Maybe they will not have to perform femininity to survive. Maybe they will be allowed to be complicated and flawed and human without being destroyed for it. I hope so. I really do. Because if Marilyn's death means nothing, if we keep making the same mistakes, keep feeding people into the same machine, keep consuming tragedy as entertainment, then what was the point? Why tell this story at all? But I think there is a point. I think every time we tell Marilyn's story with honesty and empathy, every time we see her as a person instead of an icon, every time we acknowledge our complicity in the system that destroyed her, we're taking a small step toward a different world. A world where vulnerable people are protected instead of exploited. A world where mental health is taken seriously. A world where you can be famous without losing yourself. A world where the next Marilyn Monroe gets to live to be 80 and tell her own story on her own terms. That world does not exist yet, but maybe it could, if we want it badly enough, if we work for it, if we honor Marilyn not with worship but with action. So here is what I am asking you to take from this story. See people, really see them. Not the version they perform, but the person underneath. Ask how they are doing and actually listen. Offer help without judgment. Value humanity over image. And when you see someone struggling, whether they are famous or not, do not look away. Do not assume someone else will help. Do not wait until it is too late. Because that is what happened to Marilyn. People saw her struggling. They knew she was in pain, but everyone assumed someone else would help. Or they assumed she was just being dramatic. Or they assumed she would be fine because she was strong, because she had survived everything else, because she was Marilyn Monroe, and Marilyn Monroe was supposed to be invincible. And then she was gone. And everyone said, if only we had known. But they did know. They just did not act. Do not make that mistake. With anyone. In your life. If you see someone drowning, throw them a lifeline. Do not wait for permission. Do not worry about overstepping. Do not assume they do not need help. Just help. Because you might be the only one who does. That is Marilyn's legacy. Not the films, not the images, not the conspiracy theories, though those are part of the cultural record. Her real legacy is the reminder that every icon was once a child who just wanted to be loved. Every celebrity is a person who bleeds when they are cut. Every performance has a person behind it, and that person might be breaking. Her legacy is the call to do better, to be kinder, to see more clearly, to help more readily, to love more unconditionally. And if we do that, if we take that lesson to heart, then maybe, just maybe, Marilyn Monroe's death was not for nothing. Maybe her pain can become our teacher. Maybe her tragedy can inspire our compassion. Maybe the little girl who was unwanted and abandoned and hurt can finally, in some small way, change the world for the better. Not because of what she did, but because of what we do in response to her story. Norma Jean Mortensen was born on June 1st, 1926. She became Marilyn Monroe. She dazzled the world. She struggled with demons we could not see. She died on August 5th, 1962, at 36 years old. She's been gone for more than 60 years now, but her story, the real story, the human story, is still being told, still being heard, still teaching us if we are willing to learn. And maybe that is enough. Maybe that is all we can hope for, that in telling her story with honesty and empathy, in seeing her as she really was, in acknowledging both her brilliance and her pain, we keep alive not just Marilyn Monroe the icon, but Norma Jean the person, the little girl who dreamed of being loved, the woman who tried so hard to matter, the human being who deserved better than what the world gave her. Rest well, Marilyn. Rest well, Norma Jean. Your performance is over. You do not have to be anyone anymore. You do not have to be beautiful or sexy or charming or strong. You can just be. Finally, after all these years of telling your story, after all these hours of walking through your pain, I hope you can just be. Thank you for being here with me tonight. Thank you for listening to this story, for staying with Marilyn through all 12 parts of her journey. I know it was not easy. I know there were moments that were painful, moments that were uncomfortable, moments that maybe hit a little too close to home. But you stayed, you listened, you saw her, and that matters. If this story moved you, if it changed the way you think about fame or mental health, or what it means to be human, share it. Not for me, but for Marilyn. Because the more people who understand her real story, the more people who see her as a person instead of just an icon, the better chance we have of creating a world where the next Marilyn survives. And if you found value in this journey, if these quiet hours together meant something to you, I would be grateful if you would subscribe to this channel, because there are more stories to tell, more forgotten voices to remember, more human truths to explore, and I want to explore them with you. Where should we go next? What story should we tell? What pain should we honor? What light should we find in the darkness? Drop a comment below. Let me know. Let us decide together where this journey takes us. For now, though, rest. Close your eyes. Let this story settle into you. Dream gently, and remember, you are not an icon. You're not a performance. You're not what other people need you to be. You're a person. A whole, complicated, worthy person. And that is enough. It has always been enough. Good night. Sleep well. And thank you truly for walking this path with me. Until we meet again in another story, take care of yourself, and take care of each other. The end.